Okay, Leila.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. This is the Land Use, Housing and Zoning Committee of Manhattan Community Board 5. My name is Leila Logiziko. I'm the chair. A few words about how this meeting is going to proceed. We are here tonight with 2 items on the agenda. The main item is a special permit application for Madison Square Garden. And before that, we will hear a zoning tax amendment that would actually change the findings under which such special permit can be issued. As I said, we are joined by many of you attendees who have an interest in this issue. And given that we want everyone to have an opportunity to speak on this matter, and given the large turnout, we have decided to hold a second public session so that everyone has an opportunity to speak. So we will get through as many of you tonight. If you don't have the opportunity to speak tonight, we will have an additional session. And I really want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak on this issue. The additional public session will be held on March 8th at 6 p.m. on Zoom. An email will be provided, information will be posted on our website, an email blast will go out. Once again, we want to have the most robust and thorough public session that we can. So, please, if you don't have the opportunity to speak tonight, or if you feel that it is more convenient for you to speak on the 8th, please do so. Members of the public, if you wish to speak tonight, your comments will be limited to 2 minutes. And if you have a longer statement, or if you wish to submit written testimony, you can do so at office@cb5.org. Once again, this is office@cb5.org. We are going to open up this meeting with a presentation from the Department of City Planning on the zoning tax amendment. It will be fairly brief. We will have a round of quick questions from members of the committee that will be technical in nature. And then we will move to Madison Square Garden, the applicant, who will give us a full and uninterrupted presentation on their application. Following this presentation, members of the committee will have an opportunity to ask questions. Following this question period from members of the committee, I will open up to members of the public. Members of the public will have an opportunity to make comments and ask questions. Once again, these will be limited to 2 minutes. Once this public session period concludes, we will move to business session. We will move to back to the applicant with an opportunity for the applicant to address these questions and comments that have been made tonight. Following this period, we will move to business session. During business session, members of the committee will discuss the matter. We are not going to take a vote tonight. We will take a vote at our subsequent committee meeting next month, March 22nd, so that we have an opportunity to hear from all parties tonight, including the applicant, including you, members of the public, civic organizations, and rail operators and other stakeholders. And we want to really have an opportunity to hear you tonight, so that we can make a recommendation that is an informed recommendation. And that will happen, once again, next month at the next Land Use and Housing and Zoning Committee meeting on March 22nd. Once again, all of that will be posted on our website. An email blast will go out. So once again, tonight, Community Board 5 will not take a position. We're here tonight to hear the matter, ask questions, understand what is at stake, and next month we will make a recommendation. So with all of that being said, I will turn it to Stephen Johnson. Stephen, thank you. I know that you've been working extremely hard on this matter for the past year. We appreciate all the work that the Department of City Planning has put into this, and the floor is yours. You can share your screen and tell us about the zoning tax amendment.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Okay, so good evening, everyone. My name is Stephen Johnson. I'm with the Department of City Planning. I'm a planner with the department, and I'm presenting the department's Arena Text Amendment this evening. This is a short 4-slide presentation on the project. The MSG team will be doing a larger presentation following my presentation. I presented both projects to the City Planning Commission on February 13th, and you can go to our website at City Planning, and there's a video, and it's about 90 minutes long, and you can see the questions. You can see my longer presentation, but you can see the questions the commissioner asks, all the commissioners were asking, and my responses to those questions. So the department is proposing a text amendment to the Section 7441 special permit for arenas, auditoriums, stadiums, or trade expositions. The proposed action only affects the Pennsylvania Station sub-area B4 of the special Hudson Yards District in Manhattan Community District 5. So the sub-area B4 only pertains to the area that MSG is on. The proposed text amendment is to update and strengthen the findings for the special permit as it relates to public space, loading, existing transit facilities, and future transit facilities in the project area. This action is in conjunction with MSG's application, which is up on the screen there. That's their special permit, and the Arena Text Amendment is our action for the project. The special permit would continue to allow Madison Square Garden to operate an arena with a capacity of over 2,500 seats. Let me see if I can move these. Okay. So these are the existing findings for the special permit that MSG is seeking. These are the same findings that were met in 1963 and findings that were met 10 years ago. So the purpose of the special permit is related to the size of the arena. So as of right, an arena with less than 2,500 seats is permitted in the zoning district. However, an arena with more capacity, in this case, a maximum of 22,000 seats, requires the special permit due to the potential planning impacts related to the thousands of people and movement of people around the arena and the surrounding area. And as you read through these findings, you can see that the main focus is on transportation, but only one particular type of transportation, and that's how do cars get to the arena? Where do they drive? Where do they park? Now, MSG does not have any accessory parking or public parking spaces. MSG included in their application, which is on our website, a supplemental report. And in the supplemental report, it notes that there's 17 off-street parking facilities within a quarter mile of the arena with a total of 43,000 spaces. And then there's more garages outside of that boundary. However, when you are located on top of Penn Station in Midtown Manhattan with direct connections to the ACE, the 123, the LIRR, NJT, and 1 block away to the east at Herald is the BDFM and QRW and PATH trains, the majority of your patrons come by public transit. So the department believes that, sorry, it's not going down. There we go. Excellent. So the department believes that an arena located in a densely populated area like this should have findings that are related to the existing context, the built environment, and not just cars driving to the arena, but also the public transport system, which is the most critical and highest used method of transportation to the arena. So the text amendment would modify the existing Section 7441 text and expand the findings applicable in the Hudson Yards sub-area B4 to include the consideration of public spaces, loading, the importance of Penn Station as a gateway access point into New York City, and how the arena facilitates public use and movements above and below grade and access in and around the arena and train station. So these are the new findings. So they also include the existing findings, which were on the previous slide. We did not excise those out. but those are still there. And these are the new findings. And these new findings are related to public spaces and the importance of Penn Station being the premier gateway entrance into Midtown. There are thousands of residents, commuters, tourists, visitors, and arena patrons using Penn Station daily. And the size and design and quality of the public spaces should reflect the importance of the location. So public spaces should also have suitable amenities and provide appropriate space to facilitate the movement of people while also being integrated with the Penn Station transit facilities. And as you know, MSG access points are totally intertwined with Penn Station access points. You know, the mid-block taxiway serves as a pedestrian ADA entrance into the complex while also being a loading area for MSG and Amtrak. And the 8th Avenue corners on 33rd and 31st Street are actually public plazas that have Penn Station entrances sandwiched between MSG entrances. So the public spaces and access areas should have amenities while also ensuring public circulation, pedestrian flow, and safety. Now, the fourth bullet on your screen is related to loading operations. So loading operations might have a planning impact on these public spaces and how the pedestrians flow around and the functioning of the streets and the transit facilities. So this is especially true if the Penn Station right on top of it is MSG Arena. And frankly, the loading facilities are old, outdated, and inadequate, and only a handful of trucks can use the site, and those spots for the trucks can't be accommodated within the arena, except for some of the smaller trucks. But those have to be loaded outside in their parking loading area, or they use the public right of way. So, and then you probably are all familiar with this, how they're staged and queued in the public right of way. So this finding requires a loading operations plan that outlines the parameters of where the trucks are and how many trucks and when, how they're able to load and unload and when they load and unload, and the location and management of the offsite truck parking. So this plan will be reviewed by the Department of Transportation and the Department of City Planning and any other affected rail agencies, in particular, obviously, MTA and Amtrak, who can then review this plan and submit a report and recommendations to the City Planning Commission for their consideration. So the final finding, the last one, the number 5 on the slide, is that the arena shall be consistent and compatible with the existing adjacent transit facilities and with any proposed improvements to the transit facilities. So this finding is included to acknowledge the importance of Penn Station, the transit hub, and to consider any impacts to Penn Station in relationship to the arena. So this finding for the arena asks the City Planning Commission to examine the existing facilities of Penn Station and MSG, but is also in relation to any of the proposed future improvements at Penn Station. So as you probably are also aware, that MTA, working on behalf of Amtrak, is now designing some possible potential public transportation improvements to transform Penn Station. So the proposed text amendment would require a consideration of any proposed future improvements by a transit agency that impacts Penn Station and MSG, and find that the totality of the arena is consistent and compatible with proposed future Penn Station improvements. So my last slide is right here. The last issue that I want to address is the timing of the MSG special permit and the timing of any MTA proposed new design plan for Penn Station related to the below grade and the above grade improvements, and that affect the areas that MSG controls, because they control the above grade areas. So as you've all probably seen in the newspapers and from the Penn GPP discussions, and maybe from the presentation that I gave on the 13th, the MTA is proposing a number of significant improvements. And those include this mid-block train hall, which you can see faintly on this this illustration. This is only an illustration of what they could be proposing. That's between 2Penn and MSG. And they're also proposing some expansive new entrances on 8th Avenue at the corners where the plazas are on 33rd and 31st Street. So MSG's application that, like I mentioned, is available on the DCP website. You can go to our website on the portal and you can see their entire application. But MSG included 6 illustrative drawings. These are not approved drawings. These are illustrative drawings that show some further details of where these possible transit improvements above grade and possibly below grade could be located. So these improvements have impacts on the arena and the site plan for the arena. So I just want to mention also that these proposed improvements are currently not funded. MSG controls their lot and the above grade spaces related to the arena, and any improvements related to the arena have to be worked out between MTA and MSG. Now, MTA at this moment has an architecture and design firm under contract, and they're working on these design plans now. And they've told us that they expect a 30% design completion by the end of this year. So they are in discussions with MSG on how to best move forward with the plan. And our understanding is that there's a general agreement between the parties on the design concept, but the business terms and details of how it will be built are still at a preliminary stage. And it's obviously quite difficult to plan something like this with all the way that the Penn Station and MSG our infrastructure is so intertwined. So the department, after discussions with both MSG and MTA, is proposing a multi-step process related to these future improvements that would be outlined in detail in a restrictive declaration, which is a legal document. So what the CPC is reviewing now is a special permit for an arena with over 2,500 seats and is modified by this proposed text amendment with the new findings that we just reviewed. But the commission is also taking into consideration is that there could be future improvements on site related to Penn. And how does that proposal affect MSG's site? So any changes to MSG's site plan or the areas of the arena that are under CPC purview require that MSG would have to come back to the commission and get approval of any modifications. So the process basically is that the commission will continue to review the current application as modified by the text amendment and how the arena exists with these proposed improvements, including the public space improvements that MSG will show you in a few minutes. The application includes a restrictive deck that outlines the process for these future improvements that we are currently working on now. It's in a draft form, and we hope to have that very soon so people can review it. And MTA and MSG will continue their discussions and negotiations on the design and terms on how to complete these improvements. Now, MTA will continue their design work, which they're doing now. And there will then be a benchmark that will trigger a return to the commission. Now, the exact benchmark has not yet been established, but the discussions have been around a certain percentage of design work being completed. Like I mentioned, the 30% design by the end of the year, but just want to reiterate, no benchmark has been established as of yet. So when MTA then reaches this benchmark, when the design is more refined, then MSG must come back to the commission and propose the modifications to their site plan. And this would include a new set of drawings that show how their site plan is affected with these improvements. So the commission would then review these improvements and make a determination on whether the arena still meets these findings, in particular the new finding, the last bullet on the list, that states that the arena is appropriately consistent and compatible with the existing transit facilities and the proposed improvements to such transit facilities. So then MTA and MSG will continue their discussions around these improvements, and hopefully we'll come to an agreement on how to complete them. And then they will each have an opportunity to come back to the commission and discuss those modifications to the site plan. So that wraps up my presentation, and I'll stop sharing now.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. So as I said, we're going to do one quick round of questions from members of the committee. If you have a pressing question for Stephen, I will entertain it. I just want to remind everyone that we still need to hear from MSG. We have close to 200 participants on the call. A number of them are expecting to speak tonight for the and Stephen is available to members of the committee to answer questions and will attend our subsequent meeting in March. So members of the committee, if you have one pressing question for Stephen right here, right now, I will take it and you can use the raise hand function to indicate it. Otherwise, we will move on to MSG. Mike, go ahead.
I know this is not in the text amendment, but at the last paragraph of 7441, there's a sentence about the commission may review, prescribe different mitigation effects. And the first thing that you list is signs. And I wanted to know why there isn't any report that the commission should be given by the applicant their signs, so that the commission can give some judgment on whether the signs are too bright, too big, too whatever, and they could be mitigated.
So in the previous special permit application, MSG requested an action related to signage, and that was approved by the commission and by City Council. So they're not proposing any changes to the big signs, their banner signs, their illuminated signs, and any of that. So none of that is under review related to the applications now.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? Okay, so seeing none, let's jump right in. We have a full team from Madison Square Garden Entertainment Inc. with us tonight. Not sure if Rich, you're going to kick off this conversation, but the floor is yours. We are here to hear your presentation. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Leila. For everyone, my name is Rich Constable, and I lead Government Affairs and Social Impact at MSG. I'd like to thank Community Board 5 for having us here today. And to the members of the public who have joined this meeting, thank you for your participation in this very important process. Let me introduce the team representing MSG. We have Joel Fisher, Executive Vice President, Marquee Events and Operations. Elise Wagner, Partner and Co-Chair of the Land Use Practice at Kramer Levin. Bobby Castronovo, Senior Vice President, General Manager of the Garden, and Signe Nielsen, Founding Principal at Matthews Nielsen. We are here today to talk about MSG and present our application for the Garden Special Permit. MSG has, for generations, been a celebrated center of New York life, but we are so much more than a building. The Garden is part of this community, and we're a true partner actively engaging in a wide range of civic initiatives, whether through the Garden Dreams Foundation, which supports young people in need, or effecting positive change through social impact initiatives. We are deeply committed to leveraging the power of the Garden to enrich our community. It is as part of this community that I am here to share our application. We know our special permit is a topic of great interest. So at the outset, we want to clearly state the reasons why we believe MSG's special permit renewal should be granted in perpetuity. First, MSG owns the arena, the land it sits on, and the air above it. There is no public lease of any kind. And according to Empire State Development, any plan to move the Garden would cost approximately $8.5 billion in public funding, a sum better spent on New York's many other priorities. Second, Even if taxpayers were willing to pay $8.5 billion to move the garden, there have been no substantive conversations since the city renewed MSG's permit 10 years ago. If there was a realistic plan that also addressed the $8.5 billion in public funding, we would of course listen, but that hasn't happened. As it relates to the Penn Station complex, work has begun to improve the commuter experience. Important to note, Governor Hochul is completely overhauling Penn Station, and none of this work requires MSG to move. Of course, MSG has and will continue to work with the MTA and all relevant agencies to make the Penn Station area plan a reality. Additionally, the garden generates more than $2 billion in economic impact to the city annually, and our fans and employees love and rely on our central location and proximity to public transportation. Furthermore, no other major stadium or arena in New York City requires a special permit in order to operate. And finally, we're the city's partner on the 2024 DNC bid, so the city clearly wants MSG to remain at our location for that event. Now that we've established this baseline, I want to provide some historical context on why we're here today. When the garden was commissioned in 1963, the land was leased from a railroad company for 50 years. So it made sense that the garden was granted a 50-year operating permit. In 1993, MSG acquired the land from the railroad, becoming the private owner of the garden, the land it sits on, and the air above it. So there is no public lease of any kind. In 2013, MSG filed an application for a new special permit, but the city only granted a 10-year permit. By contrast, as I mentioned, no other major stadium or arena in New York City, not Yankee Stadium, not Citi Field, not Barclays Center, is required to obtain a special permit of any kind in order to operate. In the spirit of equity, MSG should be treated the same as every other major venue in New York. In fact, there have only been 2 times since 1963 when the city has granted an arena or stadium a special permit. And in both instances, it was granted in perpetuity. We do, however, recognize that there are some who believe Penn Station would be a better train hall if not for MSG. But this ignores the fact that Governor Hochul's comprehensive plan, which envisions the garden remaining at its current location, has already started and will allow more light into the station, create wider concourses, provide for a generous public realm, and ultimately deliver a vastly improved commuter experience. And supporters of the plan to improve Penn Station without moving MSG are numerous. Janno Lieber, MTA chairman, said, "Fixing existing Penn, making it a humane place with intuitive navigation, light and sight lines, and all that space for human beings to move around does not depend on the garden moving." Mayor Adams has repeatedly expressed support for MSG remaining where it is, saying, "I think it's a great location. It's just a good place for it to be. I'm happy with it being there." Even some who previously supported attempts to move MSG to make way for a new Penn Station have publicly changed course. For example, Tom Wright, president and CEO of the Regional Planning Association, was quoted in the New York Times saying, "My thinking on that has changed quite a lot. I really do believe we can get a really great Penn Station without necessarily moving the garden." We are in full agreement with Mayor Adams, Mr. Lieber, and Mr. Wright, and respectfully request that as the community board reviews MSG application, you do so with an open mind and consider equity as well as the improvements, both current and future, to the Penn Station complex. In sum, the fact that MSG owns the land, the venue, and the air rights should put to rest the notion that denying or limiting our special permit is an opportunity to force the garden to move. Expecting a private landowner to move is simply unrealistic. Perpetuating the uncertainty around MSG's ability to operate in its current location is not in anyone's best interest. And as Elise will go into in more detail, the special permit process was never intended to be used as a mechanism to move any buildings, including the garden. Now, I'd like to turn it over to Joel Fisher to share more about MSG's impact on the economy and the culture of New York City.
Thanks, Rich. My name is Joel Fisher, and I've worked for the Garden for more than 35 years, which I believe makes me uniquely equipped to speak about the Garden and the important role it plays in our city. For more than 140 years, Madison Square Garden has held a prominent place in New York City's history as a premier sports, civic, and entertainment arena, exhibition and meeting hall, inspiring more than a century of greatness and enduring moments that have enhanced the city it calls home. Today, Madison Square Garden employs thousands and serves as a significant driver of the economy, as Rich said, contributing more than $2 billion in economic impact each year. We're continuously investing in the arena, and most significantly, between 2011 and 2013, MSG underwent a $1 billion top-to-bottom renovation, which was fully funded by MSG and not by taxpayers, to fully modernize and update the venue. This makes us one of the most modern and best arenas in the country to this day. As part of this renovation, we created a new grand entrance, Chase Square, and opened several new areas to dramatically improve our ingress and egress. The Garden is home to two of the most recognized franchises in professional sports, the New York Knicks and the New York Rangers, along with concerts, comedy shows, family entertainment, and sporting events that combined attract millions of visitors each year. As Rich said, we're already working with the city on many high-profile events. In fact, MSG is the city's partner on the 2024 DNC bid, with Mayor Adams saying earlier this month, MSG is a real win for us. It is very much in our DNC plan, and it was clear that being able to have an arena that size is allowing us to do some great things. As business leaders, MSG has always stood with the local community, both in good times and in bad. We've helped our neighbors around the tri-state area get back on their feet by producing some of the most important benefits of our time, including the Concert for New York City following 9/11 and our 12-12-12 Concert for Sandy Relief following Superstorm Sandy. In February of 2020, the Garden donated the building and opened its doors to host 18,000 New York City public school students for a free performance of Broadway's To Kill a Mockingbird. And more recently, in order to ensure that people could execute their right to vote safely during the COVID-19 pandemic, MSG worked with New York City's Board of Elections to make the Garden a polling site for the 20 and 21 general elections. We also recently published our 2022 Corporate Social Responsibility Report outlining the full breadth of our community initiatives, which is available on our website. Prominently featured in that is a report on the Garden of Dreams Foundation, which was established in 2006. The Garden of Dreams is a nonprofit that provides young people with financial and health challenges with access to educational opportunities, mentoring programs, and memorable experiences that enhance their lives and help shape their futures. This includes once-in-a-lifetime experiences at the Garden, such as on-court and on-ice moments, the opportunity to meet favorite artists, celebrities, holiday meals, and much more. Since its inception, the Garden of Dreams has impacted more than 425,000 young people and their families and has donated more than $70 million in grants, scholarships, tickets, and experiences both to young people and to charities that better the lives of youth in our communities. Madison Square Garden strives to make a lasting, positive impact in our communities and lead as a responsible and inclusive steward of the venue's storied legacy. Now I'd like to introduce Elise Wagner of Kramer Levin, who will formally present MSG's special permit application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. We're here today to discuss Madison Square Garden's application for a special permit to allow the continued use and operation of the Madison Square Garden Arena. As Steve Johnson explained earlier, our application for the special permit is being made in conjunction with an application by the Department of Planning for a text amendment to the zoning resolution. The purpose of the special permit, the purpose of a special permit is to allow a use to operate at a specific location if certain findings are made by the City Planning Commission. The purpose of a special permit is not to encourage a use to move to another location. There are other procedures that are available to the government to force a property owner to sell its property and move to another location. MSG's application is based on the continued operation of the arena at this location, along with proposals to enhance the experience of members of the public within the open areas surrounding the MSG site. MSG was originally developed pursuant to a City Planning Commission special permit approved in 1963. The zoning resolution requires a special permit for any arena or stadium with more than 2,500 seats. However, all of the other major arenas in New York City are on public land. Yankee Stadium and Citi Field are within parks. Barclays is on state land, so they were not required to obtain special permits. MSG owns its site and so is required to obtain a special permit. The original MSG special permit had a 50-year term expiring in 2013. Construction of the MSG complex was completed in 1968. In August 1989, the City Planning Commission approved a minor modification of the special permit to allow the refurbishment and upgrading of the MSG complex. The approved changes included replacement of the original Felt Forum bowling alley and skating rink with the Hulu Theater, modifications to pedestrian access to the arena, and improvements to vertical circulation within the building. In 2013, as some of you will recall, the arena special permit was renewed for a term of 10 years. The 2013 special permit was approved in conjunction with 3 other land use actions: a signed special permit to allow digital displays with MSG and sponsorship content, and those are the large signs you see on the towers of MSG, and static street level vitrines. And as Steve mentioned earlier, that signed special permit is not subject to a term of years. There were also text amendments to create the signed special permit and modify provisions governing design changes to the open areas on the arena site. There was also a chairperson certification to eliminate plaza status for certain non-bonus open areas on the site. MSG is located on the superblock bounded by 7th and 8th Avenues, West 31st and 33rd Streets. It shares the block with 2 Penn Plaza on the right, owned by Vornado. New Jersey Transit also owns a small property at the corner of 7th Avenue and West 31st Street, on which its entrance to Penn Station is located. And of course, Moynihan Train Hall is located across 8th Avenue to the west. The entire block is a single zoning lot. MSG and 2 Penn are designated as above ground lots 9001 and 9002, and Penn Station lots 1 and 2 is located below the MSG and 2 Penn Plaza slab. Penn Station is owned by Amtrak and is not part of the zoning lot. Lot 10, which you can see at the bottom corner of the slide, is owned by New Jersey Transit. The zoning lot is a split lot located in 2 zoning districts. The eastern portion of the block, occupied by 2 Penn Plaza, is located in a C66 zoning district within the special Midtown district, and the easternmost 100 feet are in the Penn Plaza subdistrict. The western portion of the block, consisting of the MSG site and a very narrow strip of 2 Penn Plaza, is located in a C64 zoning district and within sub-area B4 of the special Hudson Yards district. The conditions on and surrounding the MSG site are substantially the same as they were following the approval of the 2013 special permit, with 2 exceptions. 2 Penn Plaza is currently undergoing an extensive renovation project, and the MTA is upgrading the LIRR concourse, so 33rd Street is now under construction. So this slide, of course, shows 2 Penn Plaza and the construction, the major renovation, which has made quite a lot of progress at this point. This slide shows you MSG as seen from the 33rd and 31st Street corners at 8th Avenue. This slide shows MSG from the west side of 8th Avenue. This slide shows first on the left 33rd Street looking east from 8th Avenue, and on the right 33rd Street looking west at the MTA construction on 33rd Street. And this slide shows views of 31st Street, and the top left slide shows the south end of the mid-block driveway. So this slide shows the complex pedestrian and vehicular circulation that occurs on this block. The primary pedestrian entrance to the arena is at the eastern end of the MSG building at the 2nd level. Pedestrians arriving from 7th Avenue can access the entrance by 2 breezeways that run through 2 Penn Plaza, and those are designated by the purple arrows on the right. The breezeways lead to the Chase Square pedestrian bridge, which spans the mid-block driveway that runs between MSG and 2 Penn. Pedestrians arriving from Penn Station at the mid-block are also able to access Chase Square from stairs located at the western end of the breezeways. There are other pedestrian access points along the perimeter of the building leading to Madison Square Garden, and those are shown also with purple arrows. There is no passenger vehicular access to the site. There are only curbside drop-off areas. Access to the mid-block driveway has been limited to pedestrians and loading and service vehicles since September 11th, 2001 for security reasons. There are a number of loading facilities serving the various uses on the zoning lot shown in green, and we'll talk a little bit more about loading later in the presentation. And access to Penn Station and transit facilities is shown with the blue arrows. This slide shows the designated pedestrian areas on the block. The gray areas are the designated, the areas designated as pedestrian areas on this block. Then there are open areas that are used for loading, and those are shown in white on the north side, the loading area for the arena, and on the south side, the loading areas for 2 Penn and Penn Station. This sectional drawing shows the arena facilities in gray. Those are the areas that are subject to the special permit. The other uses on the site, including the theater, the Amtrak Rotunda, and the Penn Station and 2 Penn loading facilities, which are above grade, and Penn Station itself, which is below grade, are shown in white, and those are not subject to the special permit. I'd now like to turn things over to Signe Nielsen, who will talk about MSG's open space proposal.
Thank you, Elise. Good evening. In 2013, as you've heard, MSG proposed and obtained approval for a number of enhancements in the open areas surrounding the MSG complex. Those included new decorative pavers that were installed around the Penn Station entrances on 8th Avenue. Wayfinding and informational signage were introduced to improve pedestrian orientation. The round Penn Station vent structures adjacent to the entrances were clad with decorative metal screens. The designated loading area within the mid-block driveway, not shown here, but you just saw it, is also enclosed with a decorative metal screen. And then vitrines for posters were installed along the building's West 31st Street and West 33rd Street facades. And finally, dynamic lighting was integrated into the facade of the building. So we are now proposing further upgrades to the public open space on the site. Historically, there have been no planted areas and minimal pedestrian amenities on the site, largely because of the need for circulation and the limited depth to structure between the finished grade, i.e. sidewalk, and the roof of the Penn Station beneath sidewalk. The proposed enhancements take advantage of the open space's generous proportions and size. They are designed to visually reinforce MSG's site identity and relationship to neighboring open spaces, and to facilitate greater public use of the open areas without impeding pedestrian traffic. In developing this design, we have sought to balance the large numbers of pedestrians, particularly near the Penn Station entrances at the corners of 8th Avenue, with new improvements to make the spaces more attractive and inviting. These proposed upgrades include high-quality decorative pavers and pigmented concrete consistent in appearance with those that are being used in the surrounding area, including Plaza 33, presently under construction, and Moynihan Train Hall. A total of 9 planter benches at the northwest, southwest, and southeast corners of the site. The benches would be oriented to encourage social seating and to facilitate public use of the open areas without impeding pedestrian access to the Penn Station and MSG entrances. Other improvements include weather-protected bike parking for up to 40 bicycles, new planters to enliven the building facades, and enhanced lighting along the 8th Avenue frontage, as well as signage, as you see here, consistent with the requirements of the Department of City Planning. I will now turn it over to Bobby Castronovo. Thank you.
Thank you, Signe. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bobby Castronovo. I am the Senior Vice President and General Manager of Madison Square Garden, and I'm going to take you through our loading operations. MSG could not function without carefully orchestrated loading operations. Based on many years of experience, we have developed a complex and flexible set of loading plans that allow MSG to continue to operate one of the busiest sports and entertainment complexes in the country, with minimal impacts on vehicular and pedestrian traffic. There are 2 categories of loading operations. There are sporting events and there are concerts and special events. Sports events usually involve 6 or fewer trucks, including TV broadcast trucks, which can be accommodated on site. Concerts and special events usually involve more trucks, with an average of 10 semi-trailers for an event. These events require detailed orchestration. Loading operations take place during limited hours and on limited days during the year. Parking and staging of most of these trucks occur during off-peak hours between 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. Truck load in or load out for concerts or special events are carried out on or about 90 days per year. There are interior loading docks within MSG. There is a loading area for the arena at street level. The entrance to the loading area is accessible from the northern end of the mid-block driveway. Amtrak also has a truck loading area at street level. The entrance is accessible from the southern end of the mid-block driveway. Soon after Madison Square Garden was constructed in 1968, the standard height of semi-trucks was increased so that these trucks today are taller than the 12-foot 6-inch vertical clearance at our loading entrances. The semi trucks that are used for concerts and special events today cannot enter our building. MSG has to conduct loading operations outside of the venue with forklifts used to transport equipment into and out of the building. We have a designated on-site loading area. Up to 6 semi trucks can be accommodated in the screened loading area to the north of Chase Square. There is also an area to the south of Chase Square, adjacent to the Penn Station loading entrance, that both Amtrak and MSG use. It can accommodate 1 additional semi truck, which MSG sometimes uses with Amtrak's consent. For adjacent streets, events that require more than 7 semi trucks, the adjacent streets may be used as a load in or load out staging area. MSG has adjusted its use of the adjacent streets in response to construction activities in West 33rd Street for the Long Island Railroad Concourse project. Instead of using the 33rd Street lay-by lane for unloading and loading and staging, MSG often uses the 31st Street lay-by lane for such activities. 8th Avenue is also used for staging of trucks. MSG obtains permits in advance from the Mayor's Office of Film, Theater, and Broadcasting to allow loading and staging activities in the adjacent streets. MSG uses on-site traffic and pedestrian managers to coordinate the parking and staging of the trucks. These photos show a typical configuration of trucks within the screen loading area located next to Madison Square Garden loading dock entrance. The photo on the left, as you can see with the red box, it's tough to see, but you can see the 12-foot 6-inch height clearance, which again is too low for today's trucks to be able to enter our venue. The configuration that you're looking at is for a concert or a special event, which usually involves more trucks than a sporting event. I would now like to turn it back over to Elise Wagner.
So MSG is seeking a new arena special permit in perpetuity. The other actions that were approved in 2013 do not need to be renewed. As Stephen explained, City Planning is also proposing a text amendment to Section 7441 of the zoning resolution to introduce new required findings specific to this site. The special permit application reflects the proposed text amendment, and the two applications are moving through the public review process simultaneously. As Steve Johnson described to you in his presentation, the text amendment adds findings related to open space, loading, and the relationship of the garden to adjacent transit facilities. That's the end of our presentation, and we look forward to hearing your questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for a concise presentation, actually, given the breadth and scope of what we're covering. Let's jump into questions from members of the committee. I just want to acknowledge that we currently have 192 attendees with us, including representatives for pretty much the entire elected delegation of our district, and that includes staffers for State Senator Brad Holman, State Senator Liz Krueger. I think we have someone from the office of Assemblymember Tony Simone, Council Member Eric Butcher. So I just want to acknowledge them. Thank you for being here. Thank you to all the attendees for being here. Let's jump into questions from members of the committee, and maybe I'm going to be greedy and take the first one. Can you actually speak to what happened between 2013 and 2023? The special permit that was issued back in 2013 had actually a number of stipulations and steps that should be taken. Actually, the permit could have been renewed, and it is not renewal that we're contemplating today. It is actually a new special permit because the criteria for renewal were not met. So can you speak a little bit about what were the expectations of the 2013 special permit and what happened in these 10 years?
Yeah, Elise, if you could take that.
Sure. The special permit that was approved by the city council, which was the final decision maker, did not have any stipulations about any things that were supposed to be done, about relocation or anything of that nature. It was not in the approved special permit. There were certain stipulations in the City Planning Commission approval. Those were not adopted by the city council, so they did not have the force of law at once the city council adopted its resolution.
Okay, so you were not requested to engage with the railways. The railways were not encouraged to work with you. There was no discussion of any plan and visioning plan that were supposed to happen, because those were discussed at the time.
They absolutely were discussed, but there was no requirement that that be done.
Okay. So I think, we need to, take note of that and make sure that, that this is something that, whatever shape, the final approval takes, I think that we'll recognize that the status quo is going to be difficult to maintain. My other question, I just want to address a number of comments that were made. Rich, you mentioned that no other venue requires a special permit pursuant to 7441. I just want to clarify that Pier 92 and 94, the Knightsbridge National Ice Center, as well as the Staten Island Ballpark, all operate under a special permit. So do you agree and concur with that?
I'll have Elise answer that.
I think we said no major arena or stadium. If we were careful to say that. There may be other smaller facilities, but the major stadiums and arenas were not required to get special permits.
Okay. So, also to clarify, these other major venues, and, I guess we're all thinking about Yankee Stadium or Barclay. As you mentioned, they are on public land. Yankee Stadium is actually city-owned. It is in a state park. And Barclay is state-owned. It actually went through a GPP. So the zoning resolution has been overridden, but it is not to say that there is no stipulations and requirements. Would you agree with that?
Great, Elise.
MSG has come back twice in the last 60 years. And that is quite a burden for a privately owned facility. At the time when Yankee Stadium and Barclays and Citi Field were approved, there may be restrictions in their leases and so on and so forth, but the process was not as lengthy and complicated as the process that Madison Square Garden has gone through several times before and is going through now.
Okay. I mean, we will not ask Barclay and Ratner to comment. I'm sure they felt it was quite lengthy. Moving on, let's see. Let me actually open up to my colleagues. I don't want to be totally greedy. So members of the committee, do you have any questions for the applicant? You can use the raise hand function. Yeah, Mike.
Okay, thank you. In the governor's New York State Empire State Development Empire Station Complex Neighborhood Condition Study, they came to the conclusion on page 70 that the surrounding blocks were substandard and insanitary, and it cited MSG as contributing to these conditions because the facade was largely windowless, and that the use of plazas and sidewalks for loading operations was problematic for pedestrian flow. But I thought I saw in your presentation that the theater loading and unloading, which takes place on the public plaza, is not part of this permit. Is that correct?
Elise?
That's correct. The theater is not subject to the special permit because it's a theater and not an arena.
So MSG is the owner of the theater,
Correct.
and MSG is still going to use the theater loading entrance and the public plaza to load and unload for the theater?
That's correct. And I mean, it only happens about, Bobby can correct me, but about 40 times a year, but that it is loaded from 31st Street, just east of the corner of 8th Avenue.
Oh, you're right. And then in the loading plan that was submitted in the application on page 25, there's a photo with a semi truck as figure 15, and the hub of the red cab of the semi truck is sitting within the public plaza. So that won't be reviewed at all as part of this permit.
Because the loading is part of the transportation and the street network surrounding the building, we have included it in the loading plan and in our discussion of circulation around the building, because it's there and it is part of the street network. But as a technical matter, it is not, the theater is not subject to the special permit.
And then finally, in that photo, it shows that bollards are removed from 31st Street. And it seems like in the photo, the bollards are just attached to the surface of the sidewalk. Is that how all the bollards are attached, or is it just those on the corner?
Elise, I can take that. Those are removable in order for access, but not all bollards surrounding our property are removable.
And I would
Oh.
just note the bollards were installed by the MTA. They are not MSG bollards, they're MTA bollards.
MSG is responsible for their removal and return.
For those particular ones to access that space, yes.
Okay, but again, none of this is a part of the permit.
The bollards are not part of the permit because they are not MSG's bollards.
But I thought part of the application is about the plaza and the public realm, and none of this is connected at all.
We have described as much as we can in the application how the plazas function and how the pedestrian network functions and how the traffic network functions to the extent it's relevant to the findings. But as a technical legal matter, the theater itself is not subject to the special permit.
Okay. And the MTA's plan for loading has nothing to do with the theater loading and unloading.
I can take that. That's correct.
And the multi-step process that the DCP referred to will happen after this permit is approved. So any ongoing unloading or loading situations or public plaza use for loading, unloading would not be a part of this permit either.
The theater is not subject to the special permit. The garden is. The loading that Bobby described during our presentation was all for the garden itself. And that is subject to the special permit, the loading for Madison Square Garden itself.
Now
Okay.
I'm sorry, you're getting me confused. So are you saying that the 8th Avenue site, because it is adjacent to the theater, is actually not part of this application?
I'm saying that as a technical matter, the theater is not subject to the special permit. But since the plaza is under the jurisdiction of city planning, and certainly what happens on the streets is relevant to planning for the area. We have sought as part of our application to describe how things function in those areas.
So the plazas in front of MSG, the building itself, regardless of whether we are talking about the theater or the arena, this area of 8th Avenue bounded by 33rd and 31st, this is under the purview of this application.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mike, I will come back to you definitely. I'm sure you're going to have more questions. Let's go to EJ.
Yeah, thanks, Leila. I'm kind of just wondering if you can speak in a little more detail to the reasons behind applying here for a new special permit instead of a renewal of the existing one. Obviously, you've spoken extensively tonight about why you're asking for a permit in perpetuity instead of another limited time frame permit. Would you say that was the major motivating reason behind the decision not to seek renewal, or are there other substantive changes that were also major factors in motivating like that particular decision not to seek a straight up renewal?
Go ahead, Elise.
There is no legal basis in the zoning resolution for us to apply for a renewal. So the only avenue for essentially renewing the permit from our point of view, since the garden continues to operate, is to request a new special permit.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next question, members of the committee. Any questions from members of the committee? Okay, I'll take the next one. In the zoning text amendment, the mention of compatibility is a new finding. There has been tremendous conversation since 2013 actually about the compatibility of MSG with the train station. One of the areas of concern is about the columns of MSG and how they relate to the platforms and the underground. Obviously they're not on the tracks, but they're near the tracks of the train station, and they have been recognized since 2013 as being a grave impediment to actually properly improve Penn Station. Can you actually speak to that and how this finding of compatibility can be made given these constraints?
So for clarity, that is not something from an engineering standpoint, from layout standpoint, that we can speak to. It's more appropriate a question in regard to the columns for the MTA. With respect to compatibility, I don't know, Elise, if you have anything to add.
Well, certainly, we believe that the arena is currently compatible with the train station. As we, I think, mentioned, the arena is located directly above Penn Station, and mass transit is the most popular travel mode choice for those attending arena events. There are 7 pedestrian entrances providing direct access to the upper level Penn Station concourse, so that goes to compatibility. The public spaces on the site are located and designed to facilitate public use by visitors to Penn Station, and the new planter benches that Signe mentioned would be accessible to Penn Station visitors, and are specifically situated to ensure that pedestrian flow to and from Penn Station entrances remains unimpeded. So, that certainly, shows that that Madison Square Garden is compatible with existing Penn. In terms of any future compatibility, I mean, we would suggest that that's premature at this point. As Stephen mentioned, the MTA has proposed its master plan, but it hasn't yet released architectural drawings, and the public approvals and financing haven't been provided. So it is premature to talk about future compatibility other than, as Stephen mentioned, to show generally where these improvements might be located.
Okay, so let me ask the question slightly differently. Have you had any conversations with MTA or Amtrak about moving columns that support MSG and that are currently puncturing platforms, especially the platforms that serve New Jersey Transit trains? So that would be platforms serving tracks 1 to 4.
Rich, I'll take that.
Sure.
We've had many conversations with the MTA, with Amtrak, and with New Jersey Transit about their plans, and columns have never come up because they've never talked about moving the garden at all. All their plans are about us staying where we are and working together on their plans. And we've had many, many meetings with all of those agencies about those plans, but they're not developed, as Elisa said. So we can't, it's a little premature, but we will be cooperative as we possibly can in working with all those agencies to make sure their plans work and we're able to operate the garden as we need to.
So you've had no conversations specifically on columns, relocation thereof, and their need for additional vertical circulation elements, which is, the technical term for escalators, elevators, and stairs.
No, that's never come up in any conversations with any of those agencies.
Okay, thank you. Aaron, you take the next question.
Okay, thank you. You quote a figure of 8.5 million to build an arena, assumably somewhere else in Manhattan, the cost of a new arena. What is the estimated cost to stay in its current location? Obviously you've done a lot of great work throughout the years to refurbish and to update the luxury boxes, to function as a sports arena and concerts. What are the estimated costs that you're going to have to do over the next, say 20, 30 years, to operate at the level of efficiency that you would like? Obviously it's not $8.5 billion, but if you could speak to, what does that cost look like? Given the age of the arena, it is the oldest NBA arena in the country. There must be a lot of upgrade plans or estimates on there.
I'll have Joel respond to that.
Yeah, so when we transformed or renovated the building in 2013, we upgraded everything. So all of the systems are completely up to date. And as we go, I can't give you any specific figure because we don't know, but I'll make a couple of points here. As we go along and we feel that something is a little old or needs some fixing up, we will do that. We've just done that with a number of the areas inside the building. And I want to make the point that all of that money that we're talking about is us spending it. No taxpayer money, no public money, us spending that money. And we will continue to do that to stay as the world's most famous arena and the world's best arena, which we feel we are after the upgrade we did, in 2013. So I can't give you any figure, but we certainly will always strive to make sure that we are on the leading edge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mary, you can take the next question.
Yeah, actually, just piggybacking on what Aaron asked, where did the 8.5 billion number come from? If you don't know where you're building or where you would be moving to.
Yeah, so the 8.5 billion is not our number. It's the Empire State Development Corporation's number. They did a study several years ago. We can share it, Leila, through the chair with everyone here, but that's their figure. It's a figure that takes into account land acquisition. As we stated, we own the land, the venue, the air rights, as well as demolition, as well as land acquisition for the 4 acres that's going to be necessary to move the garden, and then obviously the attendant rebuilding costs. So again, it's their figure, not ours. We're just citing their figure. We suspect it's low, especially given that these were pre-pandemic numbers as it relates to construction.
So if I can add onto that, Rich, Mary, this number indeed is actually from ESD. It was presented to the CAGWAG, the Community Advisory Committee Working Group that Community Board 5 has representation on. This number is actually, disputed. Some, as Rich, believe that it's low. Others believe that it's high. And while it takes into account the cost, it doesn't take into account the revenue that would be generated. So, I think that there are different ways to look at numbers, but certainly this number is a ESD number in the context of the state proposal to actually do some alterations around Penn Station. So that's the context of this number. Okay, moving on. More questions from members of the committee. Any more questions? I have another one. Can you actually speak to the interactions that you've had, whether with MTA or with Amtrak, about some of the designs that they're proposing? We know that they don't have yet a design that they're ready to present. At the same time, we have seen some renderings and some schematics that basically show that the current existing taxiway would be turned into an atrium. And it seems from these renderings that would have tremendous impact on Chase Square. Can you actually speak to that and speak to the ability for this atrium to be built and what would have to be modified with the MSG building?
Joel?
Yeah, so we have had many, many meetings with the MTA, and we will continue to meet with them and be cooperative with them. We've actually offered the use, and they have used two of our leading consultants, both our mechanical engineers as well as our structural engineers. And so we've gone through with them where we think it works, where we think it doesn't work. There's a lot of detail involved. We have air handlers, right above the Chase Square that need to find a place, which is very complicated. So we've given them as much information as possible to make sure that their plan can work and be compatible with our ability to load the building and continue to operate the way we operate. Right now, as you stated, and Stephen stated, they're far from any real designs. So we've tried to give them as much input as we possibly can to make sure that their plan can work. And as I said, we can continue to operate the same way. And it's been, very, very collaborative.
Okay, but can you speak specifically to the impact that this atrium would have on Chase Square? Would it basically close it? Is that
in one set of their plans, it would eliminate it, which we're not prepared to do. Although, again, we would work with them. The other impact, I talk about air handlers, but that's important because we have to maintain the ice conditions for our hockey team. And when you take out Chase Square and you open it up to an atrium and you remove those air handlers, and you have to find another place for them, that brings air into the building because it's open, it's not closed, and that would severely affect our ice conditions, which is important to the National Hockey League and obviously the New York Rangers. And we've discussed that at length with the MTA.
Okay, and when you similar question before I move to the question of the mini. The renderings show that under this MTA plan or schematics, there would be an ability to create a loading area. We have seen this rendering that has triggered people a little bit because they would bring tractor trailers in a shared street with pedestrians, which on the transportation public realm standpoint seems a little counterintuitive. But in the physicality of the building, how would that work? Because our understanding is that currently the physical condition of the building does not allow for tractor trailers because they became taller and wider in 1969 or something like that, and therefore cannot be brought directly into the building, which is the whole conundrum and why you guys have to load outside of the building. So is it your understanding that the conceptual plan of the MTA would allow for tractor trailers to actually load and unload the MSG facility in an efficient way that would take the trucks off the streets?
Not in the plan that they have right now. That's one of the discussions that we've had with them and talked to them about at length. It's not, their plan doesn't really remove many trucks from our loading area. And let's not forget that when we talk about our loading, we're doing it behind the fences on our property. But their plan, and that's part of the collaboration and the cooperativeness that they were working with them, is to try and figure out how that would work without affecting their plan of wanting to have high ceilings and light into the station and yet still allow for our loading. Either plan, no matter what, you will not be able to drive these trucks up to the 5th floor, which is where our playing surface is, to unload the trucks or for concerts or things like that. Because that ramp is, just as Bobby explained, is not high enough to get these trucks up there.
But under their plan, there would be a possibility that the trucks would be parked within a building or like a covered structure.
Yes, that is correct. And that that would work fine for us if we were able to figure out a way that it can be built and can work. We would, and that's why we are cooperating with them, because that could work if, again, they come up with a plan working together that makes sense and gives the trucks enough room to get in there, to turn around, to get out. It's a smaller area when you think about driving semis, as you said, into this enclosed area and being able to unload them efficiently. But it would be, if it worked, in that enclosed area that they're talking about.
Okay. And in terms of these conversations, can you give us a flavor of who believes is in charge of picking up the tab? What kind of cost sharing are you discussing?
Rich, you want me to, or you want to?
Well, I at this stage, we don't think it's wise to have open negotiations with our friends at the MTA. So the one thing that we can tell you is that we're being extremely collaborative and cooperative. We, as Joel said, have had numerous conversations. They've been to our site. But as Stephen mentioned, they're, and the MTA has admitted, they're really in the planning stages. They're hiring an architectural firm. Some of the renderings are ambitious, and so really need to be penciled out. So, but we're not going to get into the tit for tat discussions that we're having.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. I had to ask the question, so thank you for entertaining it. But I understand that at this point it may not be wise to really discuss these matters. Any more questions from members of the committee? Any more questions? No. Okay, so seeing none, we are going to start the public session. Once again, I want to reiterate that, so right now we have 192 attendees who are with us. I'm not sure that everyone is going to want to speak, but it is likely that we're going to have a very robust and long public session. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes. Please, if you are just stating a comment that was made previously, you may want to just choose to say that you are just reiterating the comment that was made by another speaker in the sake of time, so that as many speakers are able to speak. We really want to give MSG applicants the opportunity to address those comments and questions tonight. So I will end the public session at 10:30 tonight, and the applicant will have an opportunity to address those questions and comments that were made. There will be a second public session hearing for this specific matter on March 8th at 6 p.m. So those of you who don't have the opportunity to speak tonight will have an opportunity to speak on March 8th. Once again, we want to make sure that all have the opportunity to speak. My colleague Aaron Ford will have a timer. As you can see, it's coming up the screen. You can toggle your screen with this little, I don't even know how to describe it, but you can basically make the timer slower so that you see the panelists in the little mosaic in a bigger screen. And you will use the raise hand function to indicate that you wish to speak. The first speaker tonight will be, bear with me. We will start with Sean Fitzpatrick. Sean, you're going to be permitted to speak, and you can introduce yourself and deliver your statement.
Good evening. Yes, I'm Sean Fitzpatrick, Deputy Chief of Staff at MTA Construction and Development, speaking on behalf of Amtrak, MTA, and New Jersey Transit. As the City of New York reviews the Madison Square Garden application for a special permit to operate its arena, we encourage all stakeholders to consider the needs not just of the existing Penn Station, but also of the future of the station and the planned Penn reconstruction project. As folks know, we are located just below and adjacent to Madison Square Garden, and we're the largest transit center in North America. However, we have significant challenges related to overcrowding and poor pedestrian circulation within the station that was designed for 200,000 people and pre-pandemic served 600,000 people a day. Recognizing these challenges, the railroads have in recent years made significant improvements, things like the Moynihan Train Hall and the new LIRR concourse that will be complete next month. As transformative as this work has been, much more is needed to make Penn Station truly worthy of the New York region. As such, we are jointly undertaking the Penn Reconstruction Project as the next step in transforming Penn Station. Governor Hochul, Governor Murphy, and Amtrak Chair Anthony Kosha jointly announced this vision along with Mayor Adams at a public event in June of last year. The Penn Reconstruction Project, in addition to the future Penn expansion, will relieve overcrowding and improve pedestrian flow, will almost double the usable pedestrian space within the station, and will address significant safety issues related to the ability to get passengers off of platforms and out of the station in the case of an emergency. It will also add significant improvements to the customer experience, including daylight and a new train hall, as has been referenced tonight. I want to just quickly note that given its location and given everything else, it's important to us that Madison Square Garden is a key partner in the design of Penn reconstruction. Many of the project goals are achievable only through close coordination and direct support from MSG, and the findings of the special permit require this sort of collaboration. We're engaging, I'll wrap up in just a second here.
If you can wrap up, Sean, thank you.
So we're engaging directly with MSG to ensure just that collaboration, including talking about transferring property interests to critical areas of the project and working through potential financial partnership and seeking MSG's cooperation to alter the structure where necessary. There's more to say. We'll submit written testimony, and we appreciate the community board's attention and commitment and the collaboration of MSG.
Thank you, Sean. The next speaker is Pamela Wolf. Pamela, you're going to be permitted to speak.
There.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you see me?
We will not see attendees delivering statements, but we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. That may be just as well, actually. I am Pamela Wolf, president of Safe Chelsea. We are a proud member of the Empire Station Coalition. Madison Square Garden was built when train travel was in decline and Penn Station was fading. Penn is now the busiest rail station in the Western Hemisphere. No one would ever put the Garden on top of today's station, especially with Gateway on the way. New York itself was in decline when MSG was built, and its throwaway aesthetic symbolizes the low expectations of that era. The architecture critic Paul Goldberger called it terrible, a graceless, sloppy, cheap entertainment and office complex that would be an insult to an empty site in the middle of nowhere, end quote. The garden is surrounded by anti-urban leftover space that offers nothing to the street. The tractor trailers that serve it vie with pedestrians for sidewalk space. It is a master class in what not to do. Rethink NYC's recent bold visions for a new Penn Station forum suggested reasonable, doable alternative locations for MSG. This could allow for both a great Penn Station and a more profitable state-of-the-art arena with its own front door. The garden's owner short-sightedly calls such plans unworkable. He says saying he is just not moving shows as much contempt for the public as does his targeting of opponents with facial recognition. We need to stop babying this arrogant billionaire and work for the greater good of New York. Chelsea asks Board 5 in opposing any new permit for Madison Square Garden. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Yarrow. You are permitted
Hi.
to.
Thank you. Yes, Bob Yarrow. I'm a former president of Regional Plan Association and emeritus professor at the University of Pennsylvania, and had a role in advising the City Planning Commission, the City Council, the Bloomberg administration on the 10-year special permit that was granted, 9 and some odd years ago. Most of it's been said already. The garden, does not belong sitting on top of the busiest transportation hub in the Western Hemisphere. We can't plan and build the station with the capacity that the city and the region are going to need for the next century, with the garden sitting on top of it. My students at Penn in 2013 identified more than 1,000 columns going down to hold up the garden, and to Penn Plaza, dropped through the platforms almost randomly, so that when train door opens or when entrances to stairs are reached, there's a column sitting in front of it. That simply is not acceptable in designing the train station that we need. With the Gateway project coming along, this may be the one chance that we have in the next 50 years to fix this problem. And going back to the decision by the Planning Commission in 1962 to allow the garden to go ahead, it was probably the biggest planning mistake in the city's history. We have a chance to rectify it. That chance is going to go away if we don't take bold action to relocate the garden. I think, and particularly given the uncertainty about the MTA's plans, the uncertainty about with Vornado withdrawing its support for the development and financing package, so much uncertainty, the city should have no other option but to provide a short-term extension to this permit or renewal of the permit, and then actively participate in the design of a new Penn Station and a new garden. Gardens moved 3 times in the last 100 years. Time to move it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. The next speaker is Eugene Sinigalliano.
Hi. Hello, my name is Eugene Sinigalliano, and as the only at-risk of displacement individual that was a member of the Empire State Development's Community Advisory Committee Working Group, I have a deep understanding of their horrible Penn Station project plan. I represent hundreds of residents, 400 businesses, and 10,000 employees that will lose their homes, offices, and jobs, with multiple city blocks destroyed by their outdated, fatally flawed, and special interest plan. One of the worst mistakes in the plan is allowing Madison Square Garden to remain on top of Penn Station, which locks the busiest transit hub in North America below ground in the basement. My family and at-risk community demand that the Community Board 5, our council members, and the New York City Planning Commission reject MSG's application for a new special operating permit. Madison Square Garden's location handcuffs any truly significant Penn Station improvement. Everyone knows moving MSG in order to really improve Penn Station is necessary. New York deserves a modern, above-ground, world-class, through-running station that is the center of a unified regional transit network. It is a well-known fact that these massive structural columns prevent any optimal track or platform design and improvement at Penn Station. Removing MSG and all its support columns would allow far superior transit planning and implementation, including significant capacity increases within Penn Station's existing footprint. No one can deny these facts. It is also known that Madison Square Garden has not been a good neighbor to the Penn community or Penn Station itself. They don't pay any taxes, using an exemption worth $43 million a year, while the rest of us all pay taxes. They don't pay for improvement of the public realm, yet they use, hog, and abuse it. Their big rig trucks park on 8th Avenue, blocking taxi areas, blocking pedestrian and public realm areas. During the renovation, they did massive dumping all through the night, and they used facial recognition and target individuals. Does this sound like a good neighbor?
If you can wrap up, please.
They're not a good neighbor, and MSJ needs to move.
Thank you. The next speaker is Zul Zulkowitz.
Thank you so much. I enjoyed seeing the Knicks-Nets game at the Garden last week. Thank you, MSG, and I look forward to seeing the Knicks as soon as possible in their next location. I think that granting this special permit would be akin to the destruction of the original Penn Station. Having the Garden there allows us nothing in terms of building the regional run-through station that we must have, not only for New York, not only for the tri-state area, not only for the region, but for the entire Northeast corridor. We must deny this permit. We must do everything possible to help MSG relocate, and we must have a grand run-through public transportation system in New York City, located in this particular location. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joanne Dunbar. Joanne, you're going to be permitted to speak.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Joanne Dunbar. I probably have a contrary view, and I am a proud New Yorker who's lived in Manhattan for the past 20 years. And I have to say, I am a big fan of Madison Square Garden. Between September and hopefully mid-June, I am at MSG 1 to 2 times a week. I've been a Rangers season ticket holder for 12 years. And when I made the decision, the location and accessibility of Madison Square Garden to public transportation was a big factor. I use my tickets for both personal and business purposes, and it is great for clients, no matter where they live, Long Island, New Jersey, north of the city or the other boroughs, able to get to the games easily and after. I also worked in Times Square. Our offices are now in Manhattan West, and again, great proximity to MSG. And I live in the city, downtown, lived in Midtown previously, and it is amazing to get on the subway and to get to and from the Garden so easily. So while accessibility is critical for me, I also have to say, and someone mentioned it earlier, MSG is so much more than a building. It is one of the iconic landmarks of New York City, along with the Statue of Liberty, Brooklyn Bridge, Empire State Building. It's an iconic place with so much history, and there is nothing like a Rangers game, playoff game at the Garden. The atmosphere and the energy is absolutely unmatched. I've been to a lot of arenas in the US and Canada and new ones that they've built, and I can tell you absolutely nothing compares. It also has an impact, MSG has an impact globally. In just the last year, I've had friends and colleagues visiting from Italy, the UK, Germany, Australia, and Canada, and every one of them had a bucket list item to experience a game or concert at Madison Square Garden. There is nothing like sharing that first MSG experience with close friends. So I just want to say I am passionate about the history and experience of being at Madison Square Garden. So let's keep making bucket list wishes come true at the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden. It truly is the heartbeat of New York City. And thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you, Joanne. The next speaker is David Sigmund. You are now permitted to speak, David. You can unmute yourself.
Thanks very much. I'm David Sigmund. I'm a member of Community Board 5, but I am not on the Land Use Committee. And so I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen. I'm actually supportive of Madison Square Garden remaining in its current location, but I believe that the term of the special permit should match the process that's been described for the decision to be made for them to remain in that location. And for, most importantly, the train station, really the primary use for that block, to create its plans for the future and for the betterment of the entire region. And so I believe that under the current structure, a perpetual renewal would result in a moral hazard where MSG need not cooperate with the railroads because it already has what it's looking for. It seems happy with the status quo. The operational issues don't seem to bother it. And so once a perpetual extension is granted, I don't really see an opportunity to negotiate seriously with them in order to create a plan that benefits all of us. And so I would propose or urge the committee to examine the extension of the term for 2 years in order to allow for completion of the 30% design study that MTA is doing now and to complete the agreements with MSG for the necessary renovation, followed by an additional 3 years using the structure of the previous permit to obtain required approvals and funding. And then only at that point would a long-term extension be provided to MSG for the ultimate plan. Thank you.
Thank you, David. The next speaker is Tyrese Averitt.
Hi, my name is Tyrese Avery. I'm a Bronx native and a commuter student at NYU Tisch, and I'm a senior. As a performer in New York City, there were 3 places growing up that I'd love to perform, and they were the Apollo, Radio City, and MSG. I performed and graduated at the Apollo with honors, and I was able to perform at Radio City and MSG twice, thanks to the Garden of Dreams Foundation. And it's been MSG that has been a staple, not only in my adolescence, but in my college career and in my adulting life. Not to mention, I also was awarded a $40,000 scholarship by the Garden of Dreams Foundation. This place has been a place that I've had several experiences that have seemed like pipe dreams or impossible for me, and they were all made possible in that very space, which I hold very near and dear to my heart. And I believe that MSG being at the central hub of 34th Street has led to the betterment of my peers and I as we look back on fond memories that we've had there. And to see them go away would be very disheartening to a future generation that looks to landmarks like the Apollo and MSG for not only hopes and dreams, but for actual tangible things. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sam Turvey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Sam Turvey. I'm with Rethink Penn Station, New York City, the Empire Station Coalition, and the Penn Community Defense Fund. Our economy must meet the challenges of the 21st and 22nd century. COVID and Zoom have brought us to an entirely new reality. We should be striving for our economy to get workers back into their offices, restaurants, mass transit, museums, and the like. Do we have a fighting chance of doing this if they come through Grand Central Terminal? I say yes. Do we have the same chance if they come through today's underground Penn Station or the underground compromise the government proposes, both pinned under Madison Square Garden? I say no. The continuation of a basement station is an insult to our experience and intelligence. Madison Square Garden should move so we can once again have a great station. Why is this? What is wrong with a basement station? Train stations in cities like our own are not just transit junctures. They are sources of civic pride, the public square. They add immeasurably to our public realm. Grand Central Terminal, Union Station in Washington, D.C., and 30th Street Station in Philadelphia sit as peers at a certain level to Rockefeller Center, the High Line, and Central Park as soulful and critical pieces of our urban fabric. At a recent forum, Vasan Chakrabarty showed images of Grand Central Terminal as it presently stands, or if replaced by Madison Square Garden. The latter image brought gasps. And yet at Penn Station now and under the governor's plan, we can experience what Grand Central would be like if it didn't exist, if it had never been born to channel Frank Capra. It is among the most hated experiences in this city. We should not let this continue. Madison Square Garden should move to an appropriate home, and we should regain the type of train station the city, state, and station and region deserve. And I mean, Nick was a season ticket holder of 30 years. Thank you very much, Leila.
Thank you. The next speaker is Thomas Perico.
Hi, I'm Tom Panico.
Panico, thank you.
Hi, I'm Tom Panico. Live in Jersey, 40-year season ticket holder for the Rangers. I live down in Wall. I believe the Garden should stay where it is. I believe the tradition, the history, for me personally, as for the New York Rangers and the Garden, are essential. It's a timeless treasure. There's nothing like it in the country. It's an iconic fabric figure in the community. It serves the community well. As far as mass transit, Penn Station, the access is very easy. It's very convenient. Takes you right to your seat. There's nothing like in the world. MSG, Penn Station, the New York Rangers, for me, they go hand in hand in hand. They're timeless treasures in the community. And Madison Square Garden goes above and beyond for what they do for people around the community, in the community. And like I said, it's a timeless treasure. For me, I speak for all Ranger fans and many of us that come from New Jersey. We love taking the train to Penn Station. And it's very easy and never had any issues with the Garden. Like I said, 40-year season ticket holder, been going to the Garden since I've been 7 years old. I love it. It's such a fixture in the community. And I just feel that relocating it doesn't make sense financially or economically, socially. I believe the Garden is an institution. There's nothing like it on the planet. And what they do with the Garden of Dreams and in the area, it's perfect. And it's such a local place regarding the Rangers and MSG. So that's why I believe it should stay where it is, and thank you for having me on. I can't hear her. I didn't hear her.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sally Greenspan. You are not permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Am I good?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, hi. I'm Sally Greenspan. I'm president of the Council of Chelsea Block Associations, and I'm honored to speak on their behalf. For decades, Penn Station has been a dysfunctional embarrassment to this city. It's time for Madison Square Garden to move and time for New York City to have the world-class transit hub that our reputation and statute deserves. Penn Station and Madison Square Garden, two important public needs. This should not be an either-or discussion. New York City can have the best of both if Madison Square Garden moves. Madison Square Garden cloaks its argument in the fact that if they have to move, Madison Square Garden would cease to function. There are many locations that make sense for Madison Square Garden, including Western Rail Yard, a nascent and growing city attraction unto itself. There's no other location for the New York City Transport Hub. Madison Square Garden should have the vision to see the potential of a new facility and all its possibilities while it prepares and paves the way to address the challenges of a new location. With proper planning, there is no challenge to relocation that cannot be addressed. With proper planning and negotiation, there is no structure beyond one's imagination that cannot be built. Madison Square Garden, if you build it, they will come, and you can continue to what you've always done so well, and perhaps even better and on a grander scale. New York City's new transportation hub should make a statement about one of the greatest cities in the world. A design plan that leaves Madison Square Garden in place almost guarantees that what is built will be essentially obsolete by the time it is completed. In order for the transit hub to be designed to meet the needs and demands of today's commuters and travelers, and importantly, the increasing numbers of the generations to come, Madison Square Garden must move. Madison Square Garden, give the city a break. With a little vision and planning, this should and could be a win-win for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brian Weber. You're permitted to speak. Go ahead.
Am I unmuted? Thank
Yes,
you. Thank you, Leila. Thank you, Board 5. My name is Brian Weber. I am a member of your neighboring community board. I am the chair of my block association, and I'm also the president of the Precinct Community Council in which MSG sits. I list those not to speak on behalf of those. I'm going to speak today on behalf of myself and as a private resident, but just to sort of show how involved I am as a community stakeholder. I feel strongly that MSG should stay where it is. And I came tonight because all of the invitations that I received to this were from advocacy groups asking that it be removed. One thing to consider is that MSG is more than a basketball court, as Rethink Penn Station has put it out there as. LPC defines its edict by safeguarding buildings and places that represent New York City cultural, social, economic, political, and architectural history. Well, I don't suggest that we landmark MSG. I will remind all the groups that are calling for its destruction, especially the preservation groups, that two wrongs do not make a right. Penn Station should have never been demolished in the 60s. I agree with you, but it has been. And as someone who's grown up in New York and has been going to Madison Square Garden since the 1970s and continues to do so to today, I will echo the comments made by several others, which say that you cannot replace that room. So I don't think that removing this piece of New York history should preclude a great Penn Station. We can have both. They can figure it out. We can make a great transit hub and keep Madison Square Garden here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Mudd. You're permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
I got it. Thank you, Leila. My name is John Mudd. I'm with the Midtown South Community Council. And we've been operating here in this Midtown area for 36 years. I've lived here for 36 years. So I have a long history here. I'll echo Sam Turvey's, Sally Greenspan, Robert Yarrell's, Pam Wolf, and Eugene Sinigliano's statement. I'm all behind what they have said, so I won't repeat any of that. But and I'll assume that we all understand about the fight we've been having with the Vornado about the commercialization of the Midtown that they want to build river to river. And I'll assume that everybody knows we have a homeless and housing crisis here, and we have more than homeless and housing crisis. We got health, we got food insecurities. This Madison Square Garden, if it was to move, it would allow a lot of potential for growth as a city, as a society. And we're not we're not looking to grow as a society, not with the Madison Square Garden, the continuance of something as absurd that has buried the train station. And the train station, getting people around town and the way they want to do it and the way they want to build the commercial within this area and the way they want to keep the Madison Square Garden sitting upon is just continuing a very bad policy of development. We need to start thinking about society. We need to start thinking about building, and we need to start thinking about coming together. I think this is an opportunity for the people of Madison Square Garden to think about a better location, about working with the community, and just as well as all the other development. I mean, there's lots of other opportunities, lots of other spaces. Even if you go further towards Javits, you've got access, you've got ways of getting in and out of that place a lot easier. And this Midtown area needs to be for the community.
Thank you, John. Thank you. The next speaker is Liam Blank. You're permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Liam Blank, Associate Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA. I'm here to express our concerns over MSG's application for a special permit renewal. Unfortunately, MSG's location atop Penn Station makes it impossible to implement a wholesale rebuild of the station below it. This limitation has prompted the MTA to put forth a plan to redesign Penn that works around the arena's existing structure. However, the MTA has identified several property interests from MSG that are critical to their redesign of Penn, including the former taxiway and the space around the 8th Avenue entrances. If the city renews MSG's permit and they decide to stay, it's crucial that MSG grants the MTA permission to alter the arena's structure, as this is necessary for a successful station redesign. Furthermore, MSG would benefit greatly from these improvements since most attendees of their events arrive by train. Amtrak and NJ Transit each have plans to expand service, and the MTA is making good progress on Penn Station access, which will enable Metro North New Haven Line trains to serve Manhattan's West Side starting in 2027. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity by prioritizing the short-term interests of one tenant over the long-term needs of millions of riders. At a minimum, MSG should contribute to the cost for construction for transit improvements from which MSG benefits. Failure to resolve these issues could result in delays to the redesign of Penn Station, leaving millions of riders, including the thousands that head to and from the Garden, to suffer the consequences. Although MSG is a significant contributor to the local economy, the redesign of Penn Station is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform the travel experience for millions of riders. The city must prioritize the needs of transit riders in this decision-making process, and any decision made must serve the ultimate goals of modernizing transit, improving the rider experience, and creating value for the local community. To make Penn Station great, even if MSG remains, there should be a commitment to the public realm, creating a more pleasant and functional space for the broader community. Redesigning Penn is fundamental to our city's economy, culture, and global stature, and ensuring its long-term viability must be a top priority. The city's future depends in large part on what happens within these two city blocks, as the success and vitality of New York are intrinsically linked to the success and vitality of its transit system. Thank you.
Thank you, Liam. That was heroic to deliver all this comment in 2 minutes. We appreciate it. The next speaker is Shante Anderson. You're permitted to speak.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So I just want to first just speak on behalf of MSG. I am the cash control manager for Madison Square Garden. And I want to first speak very highly of the people on the MSG panel. The reason why I speak highly of them is because they are invested in our success as employees. That being said, I have to return on that investment as an employee to be successful every day. this meeting is very important to me because the current location of MSG is very impactful to me. So Mr. Stephen did point out that it does impact thousands of people, especially around traveling, including myself. He also stated that majority of patrons use this means of transportation, including employees as myself. And MSG is also a gateway access point. I can attest to how easy it is to get my kids where they have to go safely and get myself to work on time every day safely. Mr. Constable said it is more than a building. I can attest again that it is more than a building. It is a place of dreams. I've seen it myself. I've seen it as a place of family and fellowship. Millions of patrons and employees frequent there. Again, I'm on this daily, and it significantly drives the economy. That is a valid point because MSG pays us to be successful every day. And in turn, we do pay our MTA fees. We also pay, lunch for restaurants and things like that. So it's a favor all around. So I am in favor of MSG staying there so that we can be successful every day, and I can get to work safely every day. Please, so I can continue to provide for my family. Thank you. Have a nice night, everyone.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nina Loshkadjian. Nina, you're permitted to speak.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Nina Loshkadjian. I am a legal fellow at the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project. We are a New York-based civil rights and anti-surveillance group. And tonight I'm here to speak particularly about the harms of facial recognition technology. A few other speakers mentioned this, which MSG has been using at its venues. Their use of this tech is harmful to the community, and MSG must cease using it entirely. New Yorkers should not be forced to accept biometric surveillance as part of simple activities like taking their kids to a show or a basketball game. First, facial recognition is biased and error-prone. While it's 99% accurate for middle-aged white men under ideal lighting and in lab conditions, it can be wrong more than 1 in 3 times for some women of color, even under similar conditions. And also, allowing businesses to collect biometric information makes them a very lucrative target for identity thieves and hackers. Biometric identifiers are frequently used for ID verification and allocating public benefits, making them a very attractive target for fraudsters. Facial recognition can identify any person at any time in any place, and that gives operators incredible power, and we're worried about the potential to misuse or abuse that power. James Dolan, MSG's owner, has used this power to seek vengeance against MSG's foes, blocking access to ticket holders who are affiliated with law firms involved in pending lawsuits against MSG. And in one case, this meant ejecting a mother trying to watch the Rockettes show with her daughter's Girl Scout troop. Given the bias, invasiveness, and potential for abuse of facial recognition, it has no place in New York businesses. MSG's use of facial recognition is already harming New Yorkers, and its use must be banned immediately. At STOP, we've worked with New York City Council members to push for a suite of legislation that would ban the use of facial recognition. And we really insist that MSG stop using it, and we would encourage the community board to consider this issue seriously. Thank you very much, and I hope you all have a great evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christopher Falzoni. You're permitted to speak.
Yes, hi. My name is Chris Falzone, and as a lifelong Ranger fan, I've been coming to the Garden since I was 5 years old. It's like a second home to me. But most of my life-changing memories happened at the Garden as a member of the Garden of Dreams Foundation. In 2014, thanks to the Garden of Dreams, I was signed to a one-day contract with the New York Rangers and got to live out my dream of being on the Rangers for one game. It was by far the best day of my life. Then this past summer, I was fortunate enough to be a student associate with the Garden of Dreams at MSG, following a 4-year, $40,000 scholarship I was granted thanks to the Garden of Dreams. The Garden of Dreams Foundation is so important to me and many other local residents like myself. Being from New Jersey, taking the New Jersey Transit to Penn Station right underneath the Garden is so convenient for me and for everyone. That is why it would be a shame if the Garden of Dreams and the rest of MSG couldn't continue their good work operating right here at home and making the community a better place at the world's most famous arena. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alexandros Washburn. You're permitted to speak.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Leila. Thank you, CB5 members. Thank you all who are presenting and listening. I'm Alex Washburn. I'm the chief architect of the Grand Penn Community Alliance, an organization of New Yorkers who want to see the best possible Penn Station. You can see our plans on grandpenn.org. But I'm here tonight because there is one thing standing in the way. Not standing in the way just of a great train station, but of a great arena. You know, as much as we love MSG, it's really the experience within that we love, not the building without that is essential. When I see the dream team assembled, all friends, Sidney Nielsen, Elise, Wagner, and Joel, the others that MSG has brought to testify and play defense here, to keep things exactly as they are, I have to ask myself, why are we afraid of winning? The opportunity is here to have the world's greatest arena. MSG has changed many times over its life. And in its current position, you can't be as good an arena as you could be if you have a train station underneath you, just as a train station can't be as good as it needs to be if it has an arena above it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a great new MSG, the next great new MSG for the next generation. It will be profitable, it won't require public subsidy, and it'll be the next chapter of winning. You know, I was Michael Jordan's classmate at Chapel Hill, and I remember when he was playing in Carmichael Auditorium. If we had simply stayed there and not built the new Dean Dome, what would the future of UNC basketball have been like? Let's seize the moment, MSG. Let's make it.
Thank you. The next speaker is William Colgan. You're permitted to speak.
Good evening. My name is Bill Colgan, and I'm a stagehand at Madison Square Garden and a member of the local 1IATSE union. Madison Square Garden is a very special place. It's not just a building that hosts sporting and entertainment events. It is a place where memories that will last a lifetime are made. When guests look up at the garden's iconic ceiling, they know that they're in a special building where many historic events have taken place. It is very important to preserve this historic building so that future generations will have the opportunity to create their own memories. The garden is a great place, and it can be worked out with the train station, and it should, but the garden should stay just where it is. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Davin Russell. You're permitted to speak.
Good evening. I am Devon Russell, and I am the president of WETCO in the Bronx. WETCO is a community-based non-for-profit, and we work to provide affordable housing for families in the Bronx, along with a host of other family and children supportive activities and services. For us, and for many other organizations like ours, Madison Square Garden's Garden of Dreams Foundation serves as a bridge between parts of the city that rarely or never get to experience some of the most thrilling, fun, and family-friendly activities in the world at the mecca of such activities in the city, that being the garden. Because of the Garden of Dreams, families and children we serve are able to participate in events at the garden, only a subway ride away via the D train, to experience transformative experiences that live with them forever. More importantly, the garden, through the Garden of Dreams Foundation, facilitates lifelong dreams of college admission and college attendance through its profoundly valuable scholarship program. Many of New York's young people are realizing the dream of a college degree. In most cases, these students are able to attend the college of their choice because of Inspire Scholarship Awards. I moved to speak this evening because these experiences offered to Bronx families and many others across the city are not known to many New Yorkers when they think of the Garden. I cannot tell you how many lives have been transformed because of the gifts of this truly New York entity. It has to be allowed to continue its great work for all of New York. I have witnessed so many life-changing events with GDF, and many of those have taken place at the Garden, which is why it would be a shame if the Garden could not continue to operate here. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Samantha Ortiz. You are permitted to speak.
Hello, everyone. My name is Samantha Ortiz, and I have been extremely lucky to be a part of the Garden of Dreams Foundation, as well as their talent show, and I've had nothing but great experiences with Garden of Dreams. Thanks to them, I've been able to participate in a New York Knicks press conference a couple of summers ago, as well as meet the players and attend multiple games throughout my adolescence and even now. I will also have a shadowing opportunity at the Garden very soon. As you can see, I've had so many life-changing memories with Garden of Dreams, and many of those have taken place at Madison Square Garden, which is why it would be a shame if MSG couldn't continue to operate in its original area, an area that I know so well and only have fond memories of. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Matthew Kolodziej. You're permitted to speak.
Hi, my name is Matthew Kolodziej. I'm a lawyer. I've been living in New York for decades. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
And I've been forced to use Penn Station as well as Madison Square Garden many, many times. I've lived around the world and I've seen great arenas and I've seen great train stations. We can't have a great train station and a great arena at the same spot. I won't repeat what everyone else has said. The busiest train station in North America and a huge venue like that can't exist in the same spot. You can see that they already can agree on the very limited plan that the MTA hasn't even finished yet. I was in the Stampede in 2017. In the bowels of Penn Station, there was a police action. People panicked. There was a huge stampede. Penn Station is a death trap, and it can't be what it needs to be, pinned under Penn Station. No one is saying destroy Penn Station. No one is saying get rid of it. There are other locations nearby, near transit, where it can be better and world-class. And we also need a world-class above-ground train station. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry that you underwent this super traumatic experience. The next speaker is Clinton Niels. Clinton, you are permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself, Clinton.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Clinton Niels, and I'm a 30+ year employee of Madison Square Garden, born and raised in New York. I've had the privilege and honor to work at all of our MSG New York City venues in various roles and capacities throughout the years. From my time here, I've seen firsthand that community outreach and collaboration has been and will always be a top priority that our organization fosters the most. This allows us to not just operate as a business, but also as a true neighbor. The countless guests that have frequented the Garden have always valued and conveyed the convenience of its current location above Penn Station, as well as our venue employees that work here at various hours of the day. The ability to travel safely and directly to Madison Square Garden, morning, noon, or night, and I will say overnight as well, has become paramount to our guest experience and our employees' quality of life. The Garden is a landmark and should remain where it is. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Hunter. You're permitted to speak.
Thank you all. My name is Sarah Hunter, and I'm the Senior Manager of Guest Relations and Accessibility Services for Madison Square Garden. I've been employed with the company for the last 8 years, not only personally as a Manhattan resident on the Upper West Side for the last 11 years, but also in my job is this location so crucial. Guests come from all over the world to attend Madison Square Garden, and they're able to in large part because it is so accessible by train. These international guests boost tourism from the area, which small restaurants and business owners depend on. Being above Penn Station also allows guests in the tri-state area to attend easily without having to depend on driving. This is not only a better guest experience, but better for our environment. Accessibility services is also a huge part of my job here at Madison Square Garden. Penn Station is one of the most accessible MTA train stations in the city, and along with the multiple accessorized stops on our square block, we are able to make entry into Madison Square Garden one of the easiest for guests who use mass transit and need accommodations getting into our building.
Thank you. The next speaker is Adam Bronstein. You're permitted to speak.
Good evening, and thank you for my opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Adam Bronstein, and I'm a 40-year-plus union worker. I'm currently the vice president of and director of training for the local one stage in New York, Westchester, and Long Island. However, and more importantly, I'm the head of the stage crew at Madison Square Garden. The synergy between Madison Square Garden and Penn Station is irreplaceable. On average, the 160 plus crew members it takes to put on a concert come through Penn Station to work. The fact that we can come out of the station and into the venue without taking another mode of transportation is a key start to a good day at work. Also, the fact that all roads lead to Madison Square Garden, as well as Penn Station, enhances the employee and guest experience, and that makes it commensurate with the title, the world's most famous arena. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anthony Donahue.
Hi, how's it going? Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks so much for having me. I have been going to Madison Square Garden since I was a little kid. The first event I actually went there was the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus. And over the last 25 years or so, I've barely missed any New York Knicks games. The Garden is the most special place in the world to me. And honestly, I can't imagine it anywhere else. From a convenience standpoint, I mean, it's beyond easy. You're on any of the trains, the 2 train, you're rolling to 34th Street. There is no feeling like seeing Madison Square Garden when those train doors open and you walk upstairs, you go into the Chase Square, and you know that you're at your home away from home. Also, to the Garden of Dreams Foundation, who did so much for my little sister who passed away from brain cancer a few years ago, including having me take her to a Cher concert in a suite, having her go to the Garden of Dreams prom. So the Garden of Dreams is absolutely incredible. But the Garden just means so much. It's beyond just the basketball court. It's beyond just the hockey rink. It's such a family, and it's just in the perfect place. I mean, I just can't imagine Madison Square Garden anywhere else. And it should stay where it is right now. It should not be anywhere else. And to me, it's perfection.
Thank you. And sorry for your loss, Anthony. Thank you. The next speaker is Perry Gillen.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Perry Gillen. I've been a season ticket holder for 10 years to the New York Knicks. Just want to reiterate what everyone said about MSG being an icon and all the memories that people have made there. Specifically, I call Madison Square Garden my second home. My friends and family joke that if they don't know where to find me, that's where I'll be. The other thing I want to talk about is my favorite thing is bringing my friends and family and all my loved ones to a game with me because it's one of my favorite moments that I look forward to. And one of the best parts is that most of my friends and family live in New Jersey. And the reason that they're able to come to me with, so easily on a weekday is because of the proximity of Madison Square Garden to Penn Station. You don't need to go outside in the New York City weather. You just take the train in, you come upstairs, you're in the game, and as soon as the game's done, you go back downstairs, enter the train, and you're able to go home. So please leave MSG where it is. I don't want to lose any of my favorite memories with my loved ones. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. The next speaker is Doug Link. You're permitted to speak.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Well, I've been a season ticket holder since 2005, and there's no place like MSG for me and my family. And I have 3 young kids that I literally leave work on weekday games at 4 o'clock to get the train home for my wife to meet me at the train station to pick them up and put them back on a train with me 5 minutes later to go back to MSG. And I do this relying on the trains. And I work in Manhattan, live in Long Island, and there's no better place to take my kids. And also at the end of games, there are trains for the Long Island Railroad at 10:08 or 11:08. I literally watch the game from the top of the stairs and run down to make the 10:08 because if my kids get home at 12 o'clock instead of 11 o'clock, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble for my wife. And it's our time to spend together. And if the train even moved to Hudson Yards or even close to that, we wouldn't go to games. That's an extra 10 minutes, 15 minutes walking with kids. It's going to be too much. And I think that's why I don't even go to Giants or Jet games because it's too much, too hard to get to with the kids. Another thing that my wife went to a concert last night at MSG, and I felt comfortable that she went on the train with her sister, and they were in MSG for the concert, and then got home right from the train. They walked down 3 minutes after they left the concert. They were on a train home, and I felt safe with COVID. And after COVID, the city is not as safe as it used to be. And I actually wasn't, felt great about it going into Manhattan. So there are a lot of things great about MSG, the aura, the prestige, the history. I mean, I remember in the 90s going to games with Patrick Ewing and John Starks and Anthony Mason. And the best times of my life are spent at Madison Square Garden. There's no other place it should be. I'm a huge fan of everything and the Garden staying there. So just appreciate the time, and I hope it stays, because if it doesn't stay, we won't be going.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danielle Madden. You're permitted to speak.
Hi, good evening. My name is Danielle Madden, and I am the former Chief Program Officer with the Police Athletic League of New York City, and I am the current community member and Executive Director of America Scores New York, a nonprofit located 2 blocks away from Madison Square Garden on 8th Avenue. However, I'm here speaking as someone who works with the community. In my work with the community, I have worked directly in partnership with Garden of Dreams and Junior Knicks. And I'm on tonight to just discuss the impact of the Garden of Dreams and Madison Square Garden on the communities in New York City. Through the years, I have watched them give support of over $1.4 million to renovate safe spaces, gyms, and recreation rooms in PAL's Harlem Center, located uptown, Duncan Center in Midtown Manhattan. Thousands of youth through the years have had opportunities and experiences at Madison Square Garden that allowed them to dream big in the world's most famous arena. Every year, Garden of Dreams MSG adopts families throughout New York City to make sure that their holiday season is a joyful one. But what I really want to highlight is the Youth Partnership Program, where high school juniors and seniors from all 5 boroughs are hosted at Madison Square Garden to learn from professionals in the entertainment, sports, and organizational management industries. The accessibility of Madison Square Garden has allowed our kids in Brooklyn, Bronx, and as far as Staten Island easily join the program and access Madison Square Garden through Penn Station. Many participants from underserved communities had this opportunity of a lifetime, and over 98% of the youth who participated stated that it was a life-changing event. That being said, I just wanted to highlight the amazing things that the Garden of Dreams, the New York Knicks, and Madison Square Garden as a whole have done for the youth and communities in New York City, and point out the importance of accessibility and legacy of MSG in the eyes of the communities we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sean Smith.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Sean Smith. I'm a junior acting major, and I'm currently enrolled at Howard University. And I'm also an alumni of the Garden of Dreams / MSG program. I performed in the talent show. I'm a recipient of the Inspire Scholarship, which has given me over $40,000 to attend Howard University. And I've also been a part of the MSG for Me program. And I am here to say that MSG and the Garden of Dreams Foundation are staples not only for New York, but for the youth in the community. Being a part of the actual organization has afforded me with experiences and opportunities that I never thought that I'd dream of. It's expanded my horizons. It's shown me things that have really propelled me forward and allowed me to be where I am today. I've been a part of the MSG for Me program, which has taken me inside the actual garden and showing me the different roles and jobs that I can actually see myself doing. So whether that's the actual crew that's responsible for switching the floors and all the technical things with the actual garden, or the people that are higher up and working with technical things and business side of things, it's really expanded my horizons and shown me really just the scope of everything that exists within that building. Also, I'm just an example of one of the youth of New York that have received these kinds of blessings from the actual program. There are so many other kids that, being a part of this program, look at it and say, wow, I can do these things. I can really get out of where I'm at currently. I can do things that are bigger than just my community, bigger than just the places that I'm at right now. And if MSG and the Garden of Dreams were to go, the kids that know it as that staple place wouldn't have that opportunity, wouldn't have their horizons expanded, wouldn't have all these experiences and dreams, and being able to perform at Radio City Music Hall, being able to meet celebrities, being able to really do things that allow them to express themselves and show who they are. It's a staple for the youth, and it needs to stay for that point. And also because it's a staple of New York. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leah Riemann.
Good evening. My name is Leah Rahman, and I'm here in capacity, first and foremost, as the mom of the most incredible, differently abled, blind, and autistic child I'm lucky enough to call my son. As he isn't exactly verbal, I'd like to speak on his behalf, imagining what he would say if he could talk to you tonight. And in his completely innocent, childlike manner, it would probably be something as simple as, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But that's not my immediate point. I'm here, like I said, as a parent whose son's dreams came true on the iconic Madison Square Garden stage when he got to play the piano with his idol, Mr. Billy Joel, in 2019, the piano man that everyone knows and loves. And after that day, people all around the world actually knew of my son as the piano man. He was able to touch the lives of so many other individuals going through their own trials and tribulations because they saw the impossible was possible. I remember standing on that stage and trying to make sense of the nonsensical. Is that really my child, the one I was told wasn't going to walk or talk? Is that really my child playing Billy Joel's piano with Billy Joel at Madison Square Garden? I still honestly don't know which was harder for myself and for others to believe, whether it was with the Billy Joel part or whether it was on Madison Square Garden stage part. This was all made possible by the incomparable Garden of Dreams Foundation, which, if you are a Knicks fan or a New York Rangers fan, you probably have heard of. They are a nonprofit for children going through different types of hardships, and they work so closely and tirelessly with both sports teams, among many, many other institutions, to make dreams come true for hundreds and hundreds of kids, both like and unlike my son. Madison Square Garden has always been my favorite arena. I went to my first concert there, but Garden of Dreams has made the garden feel like home. It's our home away from home. I take my son several times a year for various concerts, and he equates music with Madison Square Garden. Music is everything. It's how he communicates. It's his greatest joy and happiness, and he equates it and Garden of Dreams with Madison Square Garden. Thanks to Garden of Dreams, he was also fortunate enough to play the Star Spangled Banner in front of 22,000 people at a New York Rangers game. And it was so silent that if my heart was actually beating at that moment, everyone in the arena could hear it. But it stopped. Okay, point is, I have a lot more to say, but keep the garden exactly where it is, which is where it belongs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Miriam Fisher. You're permitted to speak.
Hi, thank you, Layla, for doing this work on presentation, and I'm in total support of that. And I'm reminded how we're all here tonight because of mistakes that were made that were supposed to bring us a better Penn Station and didn't. But some of my concerns are also guided by what I've read in the Community Advisory Committee Working Group of meeting of June 2021. One of my main concerns, and I'm on and off going to just quote a few sentences, current location of MSG reduces area vehicular traffic, and many of the attendees have talked about the ease of transportation. I'm a strong advocate for reducing cars and cabs, and the current location, I think, is unique in that there's a concentration of subway, PATH train, railroad, train to the plane, New Jersey traffic, and even moving this MSG by 5 or 10 blocks could trigger more driving in and taxis. And I'm concerned that the uniqueness of the location and concentration of all these venues of public transit can't be duplicated elsewhere. Another concern that I have is part of the $8.5 billion, which I've heard, and I heard you say it could be less, it could be more. I don't hear costs going down for almost anything. And since it's a 2 year ago, 2021 figure, it could add.
If you can wrap up, Marianne.
$1 billion to the cost. And also the location does not preclude through running. And also the benefits apparently are primarily aesthetic, not operational, not increased transit capacity. And that's from the transcript of that meeting. So those are all my concerns. Thank you for giving me an extra time to finish up, Layla.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Maureen Ryan. You're permitted to speak.
Thank you. This special permit renewal is a corporate giveaway to the tune of tens of millions of dollars a year because MSG does not and would not pay taxes. It's insulting to think that MSG and the billionaire James Dolan, who uses facial recognition technology to bar lawyers from attending a performance, thinks that a few new benches and a couple of pavers are worth this incredible corporate freebie that perpetuates the worst public transport portal I have ever been forced to move through. I appreciate that MSG employees and scholarship recipients have fond memories of working and experience the garden at Penn Station, but they will still have jobs and still have scholarships when MSG builds a new arena in a better location. I pay city, state, and federal taxes every year, and no one should get a free ride at a time when New York City is under budgeted, as stated by New York City Controller Brad Lander. This year, Mayor Adams has cut 3% of city-funded expenses for city agencies, and next year it'll be 4.75%. The MTA has a big deficit, and New York has a serious homeless problem and an affordable housing crisis. We need a new train station and affordable housing. Please deny the special permit. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jennifer and Jasmine Gordon, which I assume only Jennifer or Jasmine will speak, but you're permitted to speak. Go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Gordon, and I'm here tonight with my sister and business partner, Jasmine. As co-founders of OmniFan Inc., a sports fan community building platform, we host multiple group events every season at MSG and the surrounding businesses. As a result, this topic is of great importance to us. We feel that this matter essentially comes down to accessibility and community. For people who commute to the Garden via mass transit, a move could be devastating. Moving MSG's location could negatively affect members of the community, including those who are elderly, have disabilities, impairments, and even parents with small children who could be forced to navigate several city blocks, sometimes at night, in order to access the Garden's relocation. This is a scenario that could bring forth an entirely new set of issues that could negatively impact the very community that our elected officials should be considering when making their final decision. As mentioned by several speakers tonight, the Garden is not just a building. It's home to a huge community of sports fans, concert goers, and a partner of neighboring businesses. Simply put, many of these neighboring businesses will not survive without the foot traffic from sports fans and MSG concert goers. This will result in the loss of jobs for thousands of New Yorkers whose livelihoods depend on these very businesses to support their families. We all saw this happen firsthand during quarantine when MSG was forced to close to the public, and we do not want to repeat under any circumstances. MSG in its exact location in the heart of the city makes it a hub, a home, and a safe haven to millions worldwide, but especially to the thousands of loyal fans who frequent the world's most famous arena and to the local community that it serves. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anya Bernard Speller. You are permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Anaya Bernard Speller, and I'm currently a sophomore at Spelman College, originally from Queens, New York. I'm proud to say that I've worked with the Garden of Dreams Foundation since 2019. I was a student in their first MSG for Me mentorship cohort. I participated in their talent show with the rest of my ensemble from Boys and Girls Harbor Scan, acted as an ambassador for their GDF prom, and have continued to work with them regularly since. Garden of Dreams has also awarded me the Aspire Scholarship and the HBCU Scholarship for a total of $65,000 towards my education, which I'm extremely appreciative. So many of these wonderful experiences took place in Madison Square Garden, including receiving my scholarships, attending my first ever hockey game, watching the basketball court get turned into a hockey rink for said game, and plenty of performances. So the space and location hold very much sentimental value. I met some great mentors through the MSG for Me program, including some of the organization's lawyers, who lent some really great insight on how to apply a law degree to different fields associated with the Garden, and really opened my eyes to new avenues that I can explore with the political science degree I'm currently working towards. Furthermore, the location of the Garden is really great because no matter where you are, it's accessible. I've traveled back and forth between Queens and the city, and the Garden is easy to get to, easy to get home from, and is near plenty of necessities, whether it be food, clothing, home goods, attractions, anything of the sort. As a result, I've been able to work with and meet so many other artists and people who want to see me succeed and will do anything they can to help. I've really found a family and a community with GDF and MSG. These are just a few things, but overall, I personally have many fond memories and amazing opportunities and experiences associated with the Garden, and where it's located has played a huge part in all of them. So it's really important to me that we're able to keep this space and continue to use it to give back to our communities and the people who need us most. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is CM Pyle. You are permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you. I would like to associate myself with the remarks of Sam Turvey, Alex Washburn, and Maureen Ryan, who all gave very good, detailed points of view. I was just in Washington, D.C., and arrival there is such a pleasure, an aesthetic uplift of the spirit. You walk into the station, which is airy and beautiful, and you walk out into Washington with a view of the Capitol directly in front of you. The destruction of McKim, Mead, and White's building was an act of war. 3 beautiful plans have been proposed through Rethink Penn Station and other organizations. Even the new Moynihan Hall is a long, empty marble floor, which I just had to traverse with a sore foot, totally adverse, very difficult to navigate with your baggage, and far from public transportation. Madison Square Garden, much contrary to what everyone has been saying or a lot of people have been amassed to say this evening, would not disappear, nor would its Garden of Dreams disappear. It's an organization, and people would still be able to connect. There is a plan to connect Madison Square Garden and new Madison, beautiful, much more beautiful Madison Square Garden, with the station through a small railroad connection directly there. So I think please deny the special extended permit that is in question. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Saltalamacchia. You are permitted to speak.
Hi, thanks for hearing me out. My name is John Saltalamacchia. I'm a native New Yorker and I live in Chelsea within sight of Madison Square Garden, where, by the way, a plan to put a dangerous new ventilation station in is going in without accounting for the safety of my community or our quality of life. Now, you are talking about moving Madison Square Garden, what is a beacon of hope, entertainment, and charity in the community. The importance of this building and the importance to myself and my life from my earliest memories, I remember seeing the Harlem Globetrotters there when I was a little kid, can't be calculated, accounted for, or replaced. As somebody mentioned, please don't continue with the same kind of mistake as the destruction of the original Penn Station with short-sighted and limited and biased thinking. Think outside the box. Think of the real priorities that people in the community find important. Don't casually destroy another important building, institution, and the hope and pride and joy that it provides to millions. The real investment is in the future for its people and the people that provide and support the community, like Madison Square Garden and the Garden of Dreams. More personally, since 2008, when my 3-year-old son was diagnosed with cancer, Madison Square Garden throughout its entire organization and the Garden of Dreams embraced us like trusted family members. They've made an incalculable impact on the life of my son, giving him hope and performance opportunities at Radio City Music Hall, access to entertainment, and ongoing opportunities that he would never have had and exist nowhere else in the world. They've gone way above and beyond other charities we've encountered and have continued to keep us close over the last 5 years since my wife has been diagnosed with metastatic triple-negative breast cancer. That generosity of spirit is what needs to be accounted for here when considering this idea of moving a building. Through the impact on the many, many lives of children in our community, from providing funding for after-school programs, organizing events and initiatives, promoting education, as well as numerous continued scholarship and internship opportunities, Madison Square Garden has been a beacon of hope for those who need it most, and specifically my family, my wife, my son, and myself. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you. Thank you, John, for sharing. The next speaker is John Tuttle. John, you're permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name's John Tuttle. I'm a 25-year Ranger season ticket holder in South Central New Jersey. My commute to the Garden for the 60 to 70 times a year that I go takes me between an hour and a half and 2 hours. I'd like to speak on behalf of the people from New Jersey who go to the Garden on a regular basis like myself. If the Garden does move, it would add another leg of travel to go to Hudson Yards or wherever the Garden would be relocated. It would take a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of expense. And for someone like myself who's recently retired and getting on in years, walking would not be an answer, plus would cause a lot of congestion in Midtown Manhattan. I'd like to say that, it's been mentioned before that there are about 8 rail lines that go into Penn Station. but there would only be one or two that would get us to Hudson Yards. So it would create another logistical problem. I also would like to say that, great minds can do amazing things. I think with the collaboration and communication of CB5, MSG, MTA, the city and the state, you can do amazing things. It's not an either or proposition. I think you can have both, and there's no reason why you can't. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gina Polara. You're permitted to speak.
Thank you. Well, I certainly applaud MSG for its dedicated workers, its scholarship recipients, and its fans. I guess I don't understand. From what everybody's saying, it makes me think like the Garden of Dreams Foundation isn't going to exist anymore if the arena moves. Is that the case? I hope not, because it sounds like you're doing really great work, which means that you could probably do it anywhere. I don't think that anybody has suggested actually moving the arena to a place that doesn't have good transportation access. In fact, there have been some proposals made that have put a new arena in a location with excellent transportation access. I would also like to say that the argument that MSG should remain because it's in the governor's plan is a completely empty argument. Nobody even wants that plan, nor should we be building 10 high-rise office buildings with no affordable housing in it. Wouldn't it be better for MSG if you actually moved to a new location where you had good loading instead of twisting yourselves into a pretzel to try to get loaded in or out? I mean, I've lived in Manhattan for 40 years, and trust me, there is a lot of places that have been demolished where I've created memories with my loved ones. This is the state of New York. This is what New York City is, constant change. And I understand that people associate their memories with this place, but I think a newer, better arena that would allow us a newer, better Penn Station is a vision for the future and the one that we need. I'd just like to say lastly, that the reason why the 2013 special permit couldn't be renewed was because it was understood that the 10 years was all you were going to get. So MSG didn't do anything with those 10 years, and now they should.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Holoka. You're permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Okay. I am David Holoka, an architect. In 2013, the City Council and civic organizations agreed that the garden should move, but the council voted to renew its permit for 10 years, specifically to allow a new location to be found. MSG's owner instead used this time for a $1 billion renovation, effectively challenging the city to a game of chicken. How much of that renovation cost was paid from the garden's unjustified property tax exemption, said to be worth $43 million a year? Why should we coddle an owner who has only used the city's generosity and time and money against the city? In 1979, the New York Times architecture critic Paul Goldberger wrote of the garden, "For this, there is no excuse." A quarter century later, he wrote, "This building remains unforgivable by any standard." It stands with the Pan Am MetLife building and the unbuilt tower above Grand Central among the worst architectural ideas in the city's history. If ever architectural history had a low point, their era was it. Had MSG moved on at the rate of earlier gardens, it would have left around 2020. As its design attests, it wasn't built for the ages. The original Penn Station was, but we only had it for 53 years. MSG is way past its use-by date, and we're expected to keep it forever? No one suggests eliminating MSG. As it did when it moved before, it could become more vital. New York deserves a better Penn Station and a better garden. Splitting them up is the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nancy Horwitz. You're permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself. Okay, it seems that Nancy has difficulty unmuting. We will go to the next speaker, Lawrence Weedman. You're permitted to speak, Lawrence. You can unmute.
Hi, thank you so much. I just want to actually I have questions rather than answers or rather than a statement. And the questions revolve around some things that have already been said about the mechanics of Madison Square Garden. That the truck bays were built apparently too small. At the time, they were the right size. But I mean, it certainly seems to me that not every truck is exactly the same height. Is over 12 feet tall, but maybe that I'm missing something there. And then we have the problem of getting the equipment. Apparently, even when it can go in, I've heard that it has to be unloaded downstairs and then brought upstairs to the 5th floor, where the bottom of the main part of the garden is. I'm just wondering, what has anybody thought about the possibility of leaving the garden where it is, but taking out the parts that are pushing the station into the basement? The manhole cover, as they called it when they first put it in, I remember that clearly, which is the thing that makes the garden so squished down onto the station. There was a point made early on that talking about that the garden apparently has a great deal of relationship with the automobile, and talking about how many garages there are in the neighborhood. However, the GPP for the neighborhood will be eliminating half of those garages and not replacing only a small quantity. So those garages are the numbers of cars that would be able to park in a legal and paid parking spot would be eliminated, dramatically reduced in that case. Just some notes to make. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lawrence. And just to make it clear, these questions and the comments that are associated with questions will be addressed by the applicant. If you wish to speak, please use the raise hand function, and we will continue. So the next speaker is Nancy Horowitz. You are permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself. Okay, Nancy still seems to have difficulty unmuting. Let's go to Abram Morris. Abram, you're permitted to speak.
Hi, my name's Abram. I'm a 21-year-old architecture student. I study at the City College of New York. And I just want to align my voice with Alex Washburn, Sam Turvey, and others who have expressed the need to move Madison Square Garden. I really do appreciate all the people that work there, the people that have found their space there and enjoyed games there. I appreciate the people who have been supported by the foundation. But this is a multi-billion-dollar organization, and they rake in lots of money, and they have a situation where a stadium is directly on top of a train station. How would you feel being in my position as a young person, looking at the state of climate change, looking at the state of this city where public space is destroyed at every corner? There's no public bathrooms to find, and it's hard to find a place to even sit down. And seeing this plan to just keep the status quo, where back about 50 years ago, a massive and grand public space was destroyed in the name of saving money and private profit. How would you feel in that situation? I think that the only reasonable way to move forward is by moving Madison Square Garden. It can be a beautiful new stadium, and likewise, Penn Station can be a beautiful new public space. We need high-speed rail. We need regular speed rail. We need good public space in this city. And this train station needs to be a good one for people to enjoy public life and interact with one another. I'm not against sports. I'm not against concerts. I've been to a concert at MSG. It was all right. It doesn't need to be there. there's no reason why it needs to be. All I have to ask is, why is it so hard to move this stadium? Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Inga Ivchenko.
Hi, good evening. Where to begin? There's been a lot said. I would like to firstly just say I agree with everything David Holoka said, and I wish I could just plagiarize it and repeat it, but you all heard him. I also want to address all of the people I've been hearing that are saying the dreams and the programs and the donations. Wonderful. That goes with Madison Square Garden. They're not going to stop that if they move a few blocks away or somewhere else. Poorly designed, poorly planned Madison Square Garden has been there far too long. It knew it was supposed to leave. It decided not to, and now it wants to force its way back. Everyone makes mistakes. New York City made a huge mistake when it did this. It has a chance to fix it. We will fix it. The dreams, the donations, the charitable foundation will stay. Madison Square Garden should pay taxes, and there will be even more money for the local community, for the homeless, for so many things. I'm not going to talk much longer, but thank you.
Thank you. The next comment is from Andrew Cronson. Andrew, you're permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. I apologize for the noise as I am actually commuting. I am currently a graduate student at Columbia. I commuted to NYU through Penn Station. In fact, I even had my graduation in the Hulu Theater. We really need to understand that the current situation at Penn Station is an avoidable one and a regrettable one because Madison Square Garden is stuck above it. For those who see the current stadium as timeless, they will be shocked to see that it has been relocated numerous times before. Such concerts, the Rangers, other sporting teams will relocate if the proper incentive is given to them. They are ephemeral and swayed by these incentives. What is truly everlasting, as long as New York City has existed, is the need for transportation and the desire for commerce. We must not equate the current Madison Square Garden of Dreams program, a clever corporate social responsibility tool, as a thing that is mitigating the true issues that plague the public who do not have the discretionary funds to spend on sporting events. We should also realize that the most famous stadium in the world, Yankee Stadium, was demolished and replaced. I have beloved memories going there, the original field, as a young child. But those are no longer here. We have moved on. The legacy will still live on. Madison Square Garden will remain a beacon for its fifth iteration, fifth move, and a train station we deserve can finally be built above it. I found it extraordinarily disappointing and disingenuous that this still continues on, a safety hazard, a public eyesore, and a train station that deserves to be replaced, and no other solution should be accepted for New York. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any other speakers who wish to speak tonight to this issue? You can use the raise hand function to be recognized. Any other speakers who wish to speak tonight? Please use the raise hand function. Any other speakers? Okay, we have Joy Goldberg. Joy, you are permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, it's my honor to speak. I was listening to everything, and they were saying it would be difficult to travel if we're all the way, let's say, in Hudson Yards and everything. Well, why not just build like an underground monorail, charge a reasonable fare to go straight, like a shuttle from Penn straight out to Madison Square Garden. I mean, that would solve a lot of problems there. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Helen Gittleson. You are permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Helen Gittleson. I'm a season subscriber to the Rangers for 40 some odd years. And I'm also an urban planner by profession. And I just would like to say that I'd reiterate all of the other speakers, but I just don't understand how we could not be. The location for Madison Square Garden is the most sustainable location there is. And as we move forward towards our sustainability, not using a car, we couldn't find a better location for an urban arena. Other cities come to New York to see how well situated Madison Square Garden is with regards to their public transit and hours. And it just seems that we can do both, and we should do both. We have 4 generations in my family that have been going to the garden. This last week, I had a niece from Long Island, a nephew from New Jersey, myself from Queens. I got home in 12 minutes. And there's no better reason to go to a game and to have such great mass transit. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bill Borak. Bill, you're permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Bill Borak. I'm speaking on behalf of the Union Square Community Coalitions, of which I'm a board member and officer. I want to say a couple of things. Change is hard. When everything is going to be changed, people get upset, like I've been upset with things in the past. I was a Brooklyn Dodger fan. I cried when they moved to Los Angeles. But you know what? I'm now a New York Mets fan. I still root for the Dodgers, but I'm in New York and I root for the Mets fans. And the people who are Ranger fans and Knicks fans could do the same thing, even if they're in a different location. Whereas with the Dodgers, they were thousands of miles away. I made a list of things to speak about tonight, and one of them was to respond to the Garden of Dreams, which more recently several speakers have spoken about. Wherever the MSG is, those folks who get scholarships from the Garden of Dreams, etc., can still do that. There's no reason to stop that. If they stop that, people would say, why are you stopping that? One thing has been talking about all the people who go to Madison Square Garden. Well, depending on estimates, 450,000 to 600,000 people go through Penn Station every day. So that's a lot more than people who go into Madison Square Garden. And I agree with the others who spoke that it's time for Madison Square Garden to live up to what they said they would do and move to a location. It doesn't necessarily have to be the Hudson Yards. It could be other locations that are more accessible to people. If it went to the Hudson Yard, I believe the people in Harlem would have more access to it. And I know there was a speaker before that spoke. One of the MSG people spoke about repairs being made now to the MS Garden and not needed to do others. Well, if a new MSG was built, you wouldn't have to do repairs. It could be built as it is, and then with the needed changes. One last thing, I'm going to mention something that's maybe people would think out of the box. Some people made it. What would happen if MSG was allowed to stay where it was and a new MSG was being built, and when the new building was built, the people at the MSG could go to the new building, no jobs would be lost, and at the same time, union jobs would be gained by demolishing MSG and building a new MSG. So thank you. And again, a reminder, I'm not speaking for myself. I'm speaking for a non-for-profit 501c organization, the Union Square Community Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kit Garrett. Kit, you're permitted to speak.
Thank you, Leila. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm Kit Garrett, and I'm involved in the travel and tourism industry. Visitors truly love attending the games and concerts at Madison Square Garden. And based on the calls this evening, locals feel the same way, and that's great. It further shows that everyone's going to continue to support the entertainment options offered by MSG as it moves to its 5th location, bringing their dedicated fans and employees with them. The Garden of Dreams program is up to Madison Square Garden to continue. It has nothing to do with moving the station and the stadium. The opportunity to provide a new world-class train station is imperative as the public continues to use public transportation and the thruway becomes a reality. The 3 new plans presented by Rethink New York to move MSG are all an upgrade to the current station, which is an embarrassment on a world-class standard. Since everyone agrees the train station needs to be upgraded, and the only way to do that is to move MSG, I'm sure just like everyone else who looked at the old Yankee Stadium and felt about losing their stadium, moving it to a new stadium has been highly successful. The fans love it, and Yankee Stadium is making more money than ever. It was a win-win. It's the same win-win for the passenger who wants a fabulous new train station, the fans who want to continue to support their teams, and the city will win since they will finally pay taxes. And with more revenue, the city wins by receiving more tax money to be spent on needs. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stephen Marmon.
Yes, thank you very much. I agree with the most recent speaker who spoke of the need to find a new location, as we did with Yankee Stadium. The stadium in its new location is doing great business. While it may lack some of the historic sense of the old one, it provides much better opportunities for spectators. We have the same opportunity with Madison Square Garden. We can create the greatest arena in the world. There are 2 blocks directly across 7th Avenue, from 34th to 32nd, from 7th to 6th, that provide the exact same heart of the city location, that are in the prime center of transportation, indeed would be even closer to the path lines, and would then open up the space that is now being taken by the Garden over Penn Station. As the speaker before me said, that construction could be done and then the Garden moved without causing an interruption in the Garden's operations. It would allow an expansion of the Garden so that we could have both the Garden and the magnificent sphere that MSG Corporation is building out in Las Vegas to be had on one site. There is enough room if you have that 2-block super block between 6th and 7th, 32 and 34th to do that. That site would also provide immediate, perfect entry for large-sized trucks for the facility. I urge the Garden to look at this opportunity to create an even better facility in the future.
Thank you. The next speaker is Todd Lewis. Todd, you're permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Okay, my name is Ann Lewis. My husband is Todd, so I apologize. I live in the neighborhood about 3 blocks from MSG. We travel out of Penn regularly. I've never attended an event at the Garden, and I'm not really a Knicks nor Rangers fan. The culture of our country does not view transportation hubs as anything beyond that. Moynihan is fantastic. Grand Central is equally as great, but neither are anywhere near capacity, and they aren't public spaces, nor should they be. We need a reimagined Penn Station. I don't think anyone would disagree with that, but it's paramount that the Garden remains attached to a transportation hub. This is a complex situation and emotional for many on both sides of the argument. I encourage the city to bring MSG to the table and hold the organization more accountable, as well as New Jersey Transit and the MTA. MSG should not be exempt from taxes, and they shouldn't be afforded any exceptions moving forward. The Garden and a renewed Penn Station can coexist to benefit us all. The Garden's permit should not be in perpetuity, but its location should remain in its current location. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Benjamin Moore. You're permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Oh, I was wondering when you might mention that the unmute button won't appear until it's your turn. I think people are probably looking for it on their screens as they're on deck. Anyway, my comment, I want to thank Joy Goldberg for her idea that you could, in theory, shuttle from MSG to the station cheaply. I recommend that you shuttle for free and just make it part of the city's transportation system. I thank Bill Borick for his noting that the stadium that seats 20,000 probably doesn't have as many fans coming in per day as the 450,000 people supposedly using the station. So it may just be that the 450,000 people aren't making comments this evening. Finally, I think it's very important to understand where tracks are, how wide tracks are, what tracks hook up with underground. I think that we should really carefully study the underground situation for this station before anybody finalizes any plan, even if that takes a while, because you can't change that. You can't shore it up too easily, although you can shore it up a little bit. And it's going to be very expensive to change it if you just won't be able to. And I think the train station does have to take precedence over either aesthetics or sports. Although I don't see why you couldn't improve on all three together. That's it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Matthew Robinson.
Yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so a couple things. I'm concerned about, no one's talking about the amount of time that it would take. In order to move the building would take at least 10 years to design it, to approve it, to build it. That's one thing. The other thing too is in terms of the cost. So many times people are not remembering that how many buildings are said that it's $8 billion and then it's $30 billion when finally built. And if that's coming from the taxpayers, that's one thing. But it doesn't seem like any money is coming from Madison Square Garden. So I'm concerned about the timetable. I'm concerned about the cost. I'm also thinking that maybe we could just carve out a little bit of Madison Square Garden and take the theater part out and leave Madison Square Garden alone. There's a whole bunch of things that you could possibly do, but again, time's a factor, money's a factor, and who's responsible for those costs. In addition to that, of course, the taxes that we lose, but if we're footing the bill for $80 billion or whatever it finally turns out to be, there's an issue there. I do agree with everyone that looking at possibilities of relocating are a smart thing to do. But what is going to be in return there, I don't know. In addition to that, they have air rights that even if they move, they're going to say, hey, we got to take that with us as well. So I'm not sure if that's being fully thought out by the players involved. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Warren. You're permitted to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, good evening. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was listening to the testimony of those people, and it was very heartwarming about those people who go to games and they're near transportation hubs. I think the simplest solution is to relocate Madison Square Garden to an area where there's other air transportation hubs. And I'm just thinking out loud, so maybe I might be incorrect on the locations, but like somewhere like Newark or Jamaica, where there is a lot of transportation where you can get to and from the garden without taking your motor car. That was the crux of many of the people's arguments, and also the memories. Well, I mean, look, wherever you're going to go, you're going to have memories. Madison Square Garden, like other speakers have said, was moved many times in the years past. I mean, hence the name Madison Square is on the other end of New York. So my suggestion would be is if we can find a location to relocate it, that is a transportation hub where people can get to and from without taking their cars. And thank you again for your hard work. I appreciate what this committee is doing.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Do we have any more speakers? If you want to speak tonight, you can use the raise hand function. Okay. Any more speakers on this matter tonight? All right. Seeing none, we are going to move back to the applicants. So there were a number of comments/questions that were made. Let's start with the tax exemption. Madison Square Garden receives a tax exemption. It is actually a state law that was passed in 1982 that provides, and I'm going to read it just for the record, provides that real property used for professional major league sports, so real property within a city having a population of 1 million or more, used by both a professional major league hockey team, which is a member of the National Hockey League, and a professional major league basketball team, which is a member of the National Basketball Association, to play their home games shall be exempt from taxation. This is a fairly unique condition for MSG. My question to you would be, is it time for MSG to start paying taxes? And do you wish to address the comments that were made that, you know, a number of speakers believe that it is actually time?
Yeah, so Leila, as you and the Land Use Committee well know, that this process, this special permit process, is a city process, and what you just read was a state law. So one literally has nothing to do with the other. So that's first. Secondly, as I mentioned in my prepared remarks, every arena and sports team in this state receives governmental subsidies, every single one. So in that regard, we're no different. So beyond that, I don't have any additional comments.
Okay, just to follow up on that, Rich, it is correct that other venues, certainly in New York City, receive subsidies or tax abatements. Nonetheless, they do pay taxes. Do you know how much the Yankee Stadium pay in pilots, which is payment in lieu of taxes?
I do not, and I don't think that's appropriate for the special permit process. This line of inquiry, there's zero relevance to how much the Yankees are paying to the special permit land use process that we're going through right now.
Okay, I mean, you brought the topic of fairness. So, you know, if you're comparing yourself to other venues, I feel that, you know, it is an appropriate line of question. I will just make the comment that this year, the Yankee Stadium, so it's correct, the Yankee Stadium doesn't pay taxes. They make payments in lieu of taxes, also known as pilots, which has consumed this committee quite a bit because it is the subject of the general project plan that the state has introduced for the area around Penn Station. So in 2023, the Yankee Stadium will pay $84,236,952. So moving on, there was a number of questions about the possibility to relocate Madison Square Garden to an area that would be transit rich. This comment has been made a number of times. do you want to address this? Is it a possibility? Is it something that MSG would contemplate?
Yeah, so again, I just want to pan back. There were a number of comments relating to MSG moving. As Elise and Stephen outlined in their presentations, we are requesting a special permit in perpetuity. We're not requesting a special permit so that we can figure out where we're moving. That is not at all the purpose of this land use special permit process in New York City. That said, we've always been clear that we are certainly open to discussions. By the way, we're open to discussions whether or not, irrespective of the length, so we can obtain a special permit in perpetuity and have conversations with the governor or the mayor about if there is a location that is centrally located. And you heard a number of comments about how the accessibility in terms of mass transit and the like is important. So centrally located location that is accessible by mass transit, that is a 4-acre site, because we need a 4-acre site, and importantly, that has $8.5 billion minimum to make that a reality, right? The financing in place. And as I outlined in my prepared remarks, we own the land, we own the air rights, we own the venue. So there is a process for a taking, but that's not what this special permit process is about. But if at some later date, a governmental agency that was flush with cash and wanted to utilize $8.5 billion in that manner came to us, we would of course listen and have a conversation and take it from there.
Hey, Rich, can I add to that? I think that, as Rich mentioned, a lot of people talked about moving the garden, which is not the purpose of the special permit. By granting us a special permit in perpetuity, which is what we are requesting, will allow all stakeholders to finally come up potentially with a tangible, achievable plan to redevelop the area and benefit the community and millions of people who travel through this area. Granting a special permit in perpetuity does not foreclose the opportunity that Rich is talking about, that if a viable proposal came to us that accounted for the money, accounted for the mass transit, we would listen. We've proven that in the past when we were willing to move to Farley. And we were willing to move to Farley because it was a plan that at least kept us near mass transit. It didn't go through, not because of us, but because of the money issue. Another gentleman talked about us moving across the street to right across 7th Avenue. Well, that probably would satisfy us, but ultimately, who's going to pay for that? Where is the money? That plan hasn't come to us, but that would satisfy being right on top of a transportation hub. In addition, there was somebody that talked about Yankee Stadium. Well, Yankee Stadium did move, but Yankee Stadium moved across the street and didn't change the transportation for people to get there at all. As a matter of fact, transportation was added that was paid for, not by the Yankees, to add a station to stop there to make it even easier. So we would do something like that, or listen at least, but granting the special permit in perpetuity will allow us all to think about that, other than to continue to go through this process year in and year out, or however long we're granted a special permit, because it's a waste of time for all of us. I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that we should be spending our time to see if there is something, and a special permit in perpetuity does not preclude that.
So thank you. That's actually very helpful and very substantive, Joel. Help us reconcile that. You are granted a special permit for 10 years with a clear understanding that you would have to actually repeat this process were you not to come up with some sort of negotiated agreement with the various partners. help us understand why we are where we are today.
Yeah,
Well,
if I
go
may,
ahead.
because that is a fundamental misstatement of what occurred factually 10 years ago. And I'd just like Elise, who participated in this process and is intimately aware of the details, if you could just shed some light on that, Elise.
Sure. As I said earlier, there were clearly a lot of discussions about moving Madison Square Garden 10 years ago, and there was a complicated resolution passed by the City Planning Commission that would have included that as an option, that would have included other options for a 15-year term. That was not approved by the City Council. The City Council resolution did not specify in any way, shape, or form that Madison Square Garden was responsible for moving during the 10-year period. And if the city or the state or anybody else wanted to come up with a viable plan to do that during that period, MSG would have talked to them, but nobody did.
And we continue to say that we will always listen and cooperate if it makes sense.
Is it your understanding that you have a role and responsibility in this process, or are you relying on the public sector, whether the railways or any administration, state or city, to actually come to you with a plan?
I would just say, since MSG owns the property and has a special permit which relates to this particular location, I would say they don't have the initial responsibility to propose anything. They certainly have a responsibility, as Rich and Joel have been suggesting, to be responsible citizens of the city and respond and cooperate with the public agencies if a viable plan is proposed. And they've said that many times, but they own the property. They are not responsible for deciding to move their own facility, which operates for the benefit of the people of the city of New York and elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. Another comment that was made relates to the use of facial recognition. Do you wish to address these comments?
Yeah, the only point that we want to make here is that MSG is entirely compliant with state and city and federal regulations when it comes to that. Beyond that, we have no additional comments because that is not at all relevant with regard to our special permit application.
Okay, and I will say that it is indeed, what is in front of us is a city action and the issuance of a special permit. Given the importance of the venue, its significance, and its location, I think that it is fair to actually approach a number of these issues that are very serious concerns, whether it is on the impact on transportation, the impact on the tax revenue for the city and the state, as well as of course the land use and public realm implications. So thank you for entertaining it, but and I understand that you are reiterating that it is not strictly the purview of this city action, but as representatives of the community, we feel that it is really important to address these issues. So thank you again for doing that. There were a number of questions related to truck operations. That it was more on the line of comments that a new venue would afford you more flexibility actually for the loading and unloading. If you can speak to actually the current truck operation and whether this use of the public realm, street and sidewalk should receive compensation. There were also comments about the use of the public realm by MSG.
Okay, so I'll have Signy discuss the public realm, and then if you have any specifics about the loading operation, I'll have Bobby address that. Signy.
Sure. So I have my feet in a couple of different camps here with regard to the whole neighborhood, and I am completely supportive of the public realm task force that has been initiated, and we are participating in that as designers. And I think that there are a lot of opportunities here for the task force members to put forth some ideas that are really viable and valuable, especially for 33rd Street and what it might look like as an improved pedestrian realm. I mean, aside from the east side work on Plaza 33, we're really talking about the section west that where the MSG loading is involved. And I think that, you know, MSG is a stakeholder in this process. And I think we all have to look at this realistically, that the public realm task force includes Madison Square Garden, and that any solution has to include a way for Madison Square Garden to remain a viable loading operation. And there are ways to do that, and we will explore those together.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the public realm task force that Signy is referring to is part of the Empire State Development effort as part of the GPP, the General Project Plan, that relates to the Penn Station complex. As such, as we all know and lamented all along, Madison Square Garden is actually not part of the scope of this particular land use action introduced by the state. Nonetheless, ESD has created a task force that is looking at the public realm in a little more comprehensive fashion, and we're very pleased actually about this effort. Committee Board 5 has a seat at the table, so does MSG, Vornado, as well as elected officials. So, it is an important conversation that is happening, but we should all underscore that currently the public realm task force itself can make recommendations, but it will be at the discretion of others who are not part of this process to take these recommendations into account. So, just wanted to frame that. Can you actually speak to the other part of the question that's coming, that if MSG is going to use the public realm, then there should be a compensation for that?
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Elise can talk about again this particular application and the relevance. The one thing I will tell you is we're certainly supportive of any shared street arrangements that continue to allow us to operate. We're a fully functioning arena. Bobby discussed our loading operation. We have to be able to get there. That said, we are certainly open to having conversations about doing it the right way, and whether that's with the city, the Department of Transportation, MTA, Amtrak, whomever. With respect to compensation, I'll let Elise answer that.
I mean, the city does not usually require businesses to pay compensation for use of public streets, so I'm not sure where that comment was coming from. One thing I would say, which I believe Bobby mentioned in his comments, is that every time MSG uses the public streets, every time they get a permit from the mayor's office of film and so on and so forth. So they are permitting every time they utilize the public streets. As you know, most of the actual loading occurs within MSG property. It's just staging, which is of limited duration, that occurs on the public streets with permits.
And is there any fee associated with the issuance of this permit?
Bobby?
There is a fee in terms of the expediter that we use for the service, which also includes pedestrian traffic managers to manage pedestrian traffic flow as well as the vehicular traffic.
Okay, and what is this fee approximately?
I don't have that fee off the top of my head, but we can certainly get back to you on that.
Okay, great. Or a number of comments about the foundation. Some of them actually really very moving. Can you actually speak to the role of the foundation, and were the special permit not to be renewed, how would that impact the foundation?
So, you know, the foundation is the centerpiece of our philanthropy. We do a ton of other things in the community. We give away, you know, millions and millions annually. But the Garden of Dreams is something that we care deeply about. And you heard how impactful it is to, you know, from everything from the young people that have participated, the mothers and fathers that have been impacted, as well as the program directors and executive directors whose students benefit. So it is amazing work. It's important work, and something that we value. We will continue to do that kind of philanthropic work, that kind of charitable and civic work wherever we are, period, full stop. But it is, I think, an important voice to be heard for this committee to just know how valuable that work is to many.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually going through my notes. If any of my colleagues have spotted some questions and comments that we have not yet addressed, feel free to raise your hand to help me there. I think, oh no, one more question. The GPP, the General Project Plan for the state plan, projects the elimination of a very substantial number of parking spaces, both off-site and on-site. How would that relate to the compliance with the findings of actually the language of the existing permits?
Elise?
Sure. I think Stephen mentioned the number of garages just as an informational point, and then quickly noted that in fact, most people come by public transportation to Madison Square Garden. So the number of garages was really informational. The findings that are being made in connection with the special permit we're applying for now are made as of the date the permit would be approved, which would be sometime this summer or fall. And at that point, there will have been none or very little change in the number of garages.
And what kind of mitigations would you take were the number of parking garage spaces to decrease? You know, it is my understanding that the venue has to be in compliance with the findings of the zoning text at all times, which I'm not sure that there's a mechanism for that. But how would you address a loss of parking spaces?
I mean, I think it's a speculative question. I can't answer that. I would suggest that the venue has to be in compliance at the time a governmental decision is being made. And the only time as of right now that we know for sure a governmental decision is being made is over this summer and early fall.
Okay. The traffic study that you provide in your application the numbers date back to 2005 and 2013. Are you going to update those numbers? Have you commissioned a study?
No, because VHB, which is a very well-known environmental consulting firm and transportation firm, believes that as to that type of information, there's no reason to expect that any of the information contained in that report has changed. And so they did not advise MSG to prepare any updated studies.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. My final question is that my understanding is that if the ULURP process goes according to the clock, the special permit that you currently operate under will expire, while a new permit would be issued probably 2 months later. Can you explain to us what would happen within these 2 months?
Elise?
As Chair Garodnick said at the City Planning Commission review session, it was the expectation and understanding of the City of New York that Madison Square Garden would continue to operate during the pendency of the ULURP process.
Okay, and so you would be given like a permission to continue to operate while the permit has expired? Is there a formal process for that?
There is no formal process. At most, there would be a letter.
Okay. Thank you. I think that wraps up the questions and comments that were made by members of the public. Members of the committee, if you believe that there are some questions and comments that were left unaddressed, you can use the raise hand function. Otherwise, we're going to move to business session. Okay. All right, so let's move to business session. As I explained during business session, only members of the committee are allowed to discuss the matter. So, few things to frame this conversation. As I said, it looks like we actually survived a really robust public session without hitting tomorrow. So I would say that this is a victory. As I announced, though, we will have another public session on March 8th. I announced it, so it will happen. If you decided not to speak tonight and wish to speak on March 8th, we will provide this opportunity. For members of the committee, basically what is in front of us is the review of two actions. We will comment on the zoning text amendments. So as Stephen explained, now in order for the special permit to be granted, 5 additional findings need to be made. And we will also, of course, weigh in and comment on the application by the applicant, Madison Square Garden, for a new special permit in perpetuity. So few things I think to keep in mind. 10 years ago, Madison Square Garden applied for a special permit in perpetuity. Ensued, a number of conversations, negotiations. Committee Board 5 took a position back then to actually recommend that the special permit not be approved, and at best would be approved for a limited period of time. I believe that our recommendation was 10 years back then. The City Planning Commission recommended 15 years with all sorts of stipulations. And I think it's important to understand these stipulations, although it looks like they didn't make their way into the final document that was adopted by the City Council. But at the time, the City Planning Commission had envisioned that basically 2 options would present themselves. Either the garden would decide to relocate, which, by the way, is something that has happened 4 times already, or some sort of an alteration would happen that would basically mitigate the negative impacts of MSG. And at the time, the negative impacts that were recognized and acknowledged pretty, universally across the board by civic groups, including RPA, Municipal Art Society, as well as the elected officials, including the chair of the City Planning Commission, the speaker of the City Council, who was also the local council member for the area, as well the borough president, basically noted, the 2 main areas of concern were what's happening underground Basically, as you know, it was explained tonight, MSG sits on top of Penn Station. The columns that support both MSG and 2 Penn, which is the skyscraper to the east of the arena, have a total of over 1,000 columns. Some of those are located directly on the platforms, which is why, you know, if you ride a New Jersey Transit train and you come into Penn Station, at times, you know, depending on which car you're riding, the doors open, and when you're trying to exit, you're actually faced with a column. This is one of the MSG columns. They were placed haphazardly, and there was a lack of planning. All of this may be remediable. It is possible that an engineer would be able to find a way to actually relocate some of these columns. I actually don't have the answer to this question, and it looks like Madison Square Garden has not really engaged in conversations with MTA, which is the main operator of the train station, or Amtrak, which is the owner of the train station. But at the same time, you know, we have to entertain that this is a possibility. This is certainly something that back in 2013, the commission wanted to see explored. The other area of concern is actually what's happening at Realm. The loading operations of MSG have you know, a great deal of impact on the public realm. The trucks have to, you know, come onto 33rd Street. Currently, because of the construction at 33rd, they have to unload and then do this actually complicated maneuvering so that they can exit through 33rd. There is conversation with MTA to actually provide a better loading operation. Those are really, you know, the two big areas of concern. I think what we have to start thinking about is that, you know, as it was mentioned a number of times, you know, the cost of all of it is something that we should be aware and mindful of. A, how much is it going to cost? B, who is going to pay for it? And as much as, you know, we understand that there is a number for moving Madison Square Garden, and that number is in the vicinity of $8 billion. This number does not have the unanimous support of various stakeholders. Some believe that it would be much less. Others believe that the calculation actually doesn't take into account the revenue that a new venue would provide. That would probably be much higher than what the venue is currently providing. But then the other question is, how much would the current improvements cost given the constraints of MSG? Obviously, if you have to redo a train station or build a train station from scratch and you don't have to worry about an arena crouching on top of it, it is going to be much cheaper than if you have to do all these improvements, including, you know, creating a loading area that would call for, you know, maybe lowering the street or raising a building become, of course, very costly. So, you know, just few pointers for members of the committee to start thinking about this issue. I think that, you know, basically the three areas that we have to start thinking about are what's happening below grade, what's happening at the public realm. Actually, it's four. It's how much is that going to cost, and how lengthy of a process do we believe the desirable outcome is going to take, and therefore what kind of a length we consider to be desirable for the special permit to be reissued. I've spoken already way too much, so I'm going to go to comments from members of the committee. The goal here, just also to underscore what we're doing, the goal is not necessarily to discuss the matter, you know, in depth. I think that we've received a lot of information. We need to be able to digest it, but in terms of the process, I would love to hear your comments with the understanding that actually the bulk of the conversation will happen on March 22nd at our March land use meeting. So I'm going to be quiet, and you can use the raise hand function to indicate that you wish to speak. EJ.
Thanks, Layla. And yeah, this is in the context of knowing that this will be an ongoing conversation, and that the meat of this conversation will happen at our next month's committee meeting. So these are just kind of unorganized notes and thoughts at this point of the game. Layla, as you mentioned, 10 years ago, CB5 adopted a deny unless style position with 4 parts: the length of the permit, a comment on the allowances for signage in the permit, a comment on the tax abatement, and a comment on the parameters of MSG's required cooperation with the transit agencies that plan improvements to Penn Station. Obviously, we'll spend a lot of time thinking and continuing hearings over the next month, but there is, a potential starting point framework there for one of our eventual positions. MSG mentioned several times this evening this estimated figure of 8.5 billion. In a nutshell, this is an estimate by Empire State Development, which, and I'm really rounding off big numbers here, but which includes 1 billion for purchasing the garden, for the state purchasing the garden, 3 billion for buying a new site, 2 billion for building a new garden on the new site, and 2 billion for rebuilding Penn Station. So this figure that was cited several times includes not only a new garden, but a new station. MTA's current plan to renovate the current Penn Station around the garden is going to cost 7 billion. So I was just a little surprised that we kept hearing a number this evening that would suggest that building a new station and a new garden wouldn't cost much more than renovating the current station. It was just a little bit odd to fixate on that hypothetical number. Similarly, I was, as mentioned, a little bit surprised to hear much of the commentary focused on the negative effects of building a new garden on the programs that the company provides. Our board has, in particular, said that MSG building a new facility across the street on Herald Square would be great, which, of course, would maintain almost all of the tremendous advantages of having MSG near transit and in the core of Manhattan. So, I didn't necessarily see why the permit had too much to do with, effects on the excellent programs that the company maintains if the garden were to, say, build a new facility across the street. On the tax abatement, we factored it into our thinking 10 years ago. It's a unique advantage that MSG has had, for the last, 4 decades now. And it seems tough to, speak to the MSG's unique situation with the special permit without also commenting on its unique tax situation, even though they, are run by different jurisdictions, the city versus the state. Layla, I think the final thing I would touch on here as we start to think about how to frame our thinking over the next 30 days are those final stipulations, which were the duration of the permit and the cooperation with transportation improvements. These are, of course, related because, of all the effects of the arena on Penn Station and the public good, the effect on the public good of the arena, link these two items pretty inextricably. And we heard a comment tonight from a representative of all the transit agencies that their biggest concern is making sure that this kind of cooperation is written into any special permit. Obviously, as we've been, the reason we're all here tonight, the zoning resolution allows the city to determine the appropriateness of an arena, on a privately owned lot, which in this case does sit on top of the Western Hemisphere's busiest transportation hub. There was an excellent comment this evening by our fellow community board member David Sigmund that the calibration here is going to have to be to make sure that whatever the city decides in the permit, mandates the short-term planning cooperation that the transit agencies need, as a trade-off for sitting on top of a train station. And that it, keeps the city's options open for the long term. We don't know what the future will bring, but we know that the duration of any new permit should do these two things. It should interlock with the parameters for cooperation that the transit operators are telling us they need to be written in the permit, and that any new permit should contain a duration that maximizes the city's flexibility for reassessment in the future. It was said tonight that the city being able to review this permit of an arena on top of the train station, periodically is a waste of everyone's time. And, that really rubbed me the wrong way. As long as the arena is sitting on top of a train station, the city needs to be able to reassess all these interlocking conditions about transit and ridership and improvement and the quality of the arena and, changes in loading dock technology and the nature of the neighborhood. I mean, all this stuff changes over time, and the city needs to have a way to reassess periodically, built into any new permit duration. So in my opinion, the longer that MSG stays on top of our biggest transit hub, that kind of reassessment needs to get more frequent, not eliminated in perpetuity. And I think we need to think very seriously about that in any position that we end up adopting. So, that's a collection of concerns, and I know we'll arrive at a framework for crafting our overall response to both of these elements, the text amendment and the special permit as we move forward. But those are just some thoughts, Lena.
Yeah, thank you so much, EJ. I really totally agree with you. I think for me, the big takeaway of the zoning text amendment is compatibility. The arena shall be appropriately consistent and compatible with existing facilities on or adjacent to the zoning law and with proposed improvements to such transit facilities. So, I think that it is meant to be a relationship that is sustainable. And we have heard about the restrictive declaration that is being crafted that would basically require MSG to remain consistent and compatible. I think this is also something we're going to have to comment and weigh in to make sure that these checkpoints are built into whatever permitting process that is granted to MSG. Mike, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I agree with everything you and EJ just said. And the fact that 10 years ago, CB5 made our comments, and 10 years ago, the City Planning Commission made their comments, but that the City Council didn't agree with us, still meant that MSG knew our point of view, and for 10 years didn't do anything about it. And then when the applicant says that compliance only has to be done at the time of governmental action, means that I agree with EJ that the time frame has to be much shorter. And especially when we don't know what's going on with Penn Station, we don't know what's going on with the MTA, and we still really don't know what's going on with the GPP. It's just that we need to have maybe, 6 months yearly, and 10 years is way too long. So that's my comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Nancy.
I agree with everything that has been said so far by the other committee members. There's one fact that has me thinking. I don't know the solution, but the fact was 450,000 people pass through Penn Station daily versus 2,500 attendees at any Madison Square Garden event. So it's 450,000 versus 2,500. What is the number that we want to move to, and who do we want to serve, and how many do we want to serve with the actions we're taking on this issue?
So just to clarify the number, Nancy, the current capacity of MSG is 20,000. 2,500 is
20,000. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's still a lot less than the other number.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that, it is, a very, very good point that has been made by some speakers tonight as well. And, this is something in terms of priorities and public policy, something that we have to absolutely keep in mind. Thank you, Nancy. Aaron.
So I agree with most of the comments that have been made. I think that I struggle with the challenge of this artificial time frame, right? 5 years, 10 years, what's the right number? There's perpetual, but if the situation arises, things could change. That's really challenging because it doesn't lock us in. But the challenge is that if, say, there's another 10-year renewal or something like that, right? We sit here 8 years, 9 years from now. The movement of the economy and the ability to get financing for a $8 billion arena, 8 years from now, that'll be $10 billion. The challenge is that at any given moment, when the timeline presents itself, if the market is not in the right place to do a financing deal for a new stadium, nothing's going to happen. So it's a real challenge here because the cycle of the economy and the ability to get private funding or public ability to do a project of this size is such a astronomical, situation that it's never going to align with, separate from whatever the MTA needs to do. It's a real challenge. And I struggle with what is that correct timeline, because we're sort of at the mercy of some private, magical solution to come up with that financing. And there has to be a real concrete proposal of who and when that will happen to build that project. And other cities have grappled with this. It's a real tricky debate about private versus public funds for any sort of sports financing arenas, and what is the philosophy of the administration whenever that happens. And there's a lot of complexities there. And so I agree with our thoughts. I would vote against a perpetual permit. But at the same time, we're really at the mercy of the market, and I don't know how we write language that addresses that issue.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. On this one, I really want to emphasize that we should not fall for the illusion that keeping the garden where it is doesn't have a cost. It is just that this cost becomes de facto a cost that has to be borne entirely by taxpayers. Whereas if the garden were to move, then the question becomes who pays for it, and if it is deemed that it has to be done on taxpayers' money, then this becomes a problem. But once again, just to give you one example, the northern concourse of the Long Island Railroad that was recently upgraded by MTA ended up costing $300 million more than it would have, because they needed to do some reinforcement because MSG trucks park basically partially like at street grade level, partially where the concourse sits underground. So the fact that the arena operates where it is has a cost, and whether we want to extract it and isolate it and look at it and address it so that we can constrain it and it can be put elsewhere in an alternate location, or whether we decide to keep MSG where it is and we decide that any upgrades to the train station has to be borne by, the MTA 5-year capital plan or federal funding or, some bond appropriation that, may be put in front of voters, that there's many ways to fund and finance our public infrastructure. But then, is it public? And is the burden that MSG brings to the transit infrastructure a cost that has to be borne by MSG or by the public? And I think that this is the very critical question, and it depends who you ask. I'm sure that MSG considers that it is not their responsibility, and I'm sure that if you ask MTA and Amtrak, they consider that yes, it is. And legislators are going to have ideas on this topic, but I think that it is really the core of the conversation that we're having today. All right, moving on. Any more comment? Yeah, Mike.
I also just wanted to say about the whole divorce between the theater loading and unloading versus the arena loading and unloading, that they're using the POPs, the public plaza, to load for the theater. And that because it's not part of the special permit, we have no say in it. Whereas like the Grand Hyatt with the proposal for the tower there with those POPs, I think we agreed for like 6 or 7 private events, and I believe like at Madison Square Park, the Conservancy gets 6 or 7 private events. They are also to fundraise, so they're testifying that they use the public property, or not the POPs, for 40 times a year. So I don't know how we can't put that in consideration with this special permit, and just to say they're divorced and they have nothing to do with each other, to me is unreasonable.
Yeah, actually, thank you so much, Mike, for flagging that. I had not picked up on it looking at the application. Yeah, this is something definitely that we need to follow up on with the Department of City Planning and better understand how one relates to the other. I think it's a very valid point, and 40 times per year is actually a pretty substantial number, for an area that is privately owned, but it has to be open to the public. Great. Any other comments from members of the committee? Or any questions about the process? Is everybody clear and on board on what we're going to do? We're going to have another public hearing on the 8th, and then we will reconvene on March 22nd. This time it will be really to get into the core of the conversation. MSG will be in attendance. There will be no public session on March 22nd, but really the opportunity for the committee to discuss the matter and come to a resolution. So I don't know if any members of the committee have any further questions, comments on the application, the zoning text amendment, the process. Okay, so seeing none, I think we will be ready to adjourn this meeting. I just want to make sure once, twice. Yeah, okay. All right, so
Leila?
Yes, Rich.
Just very briefly, I just want to thank you, Aaron, and the committee for your professionalism, for your questions and comments, and we look forward to continuing as we go on. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you for attending this session and giving a great presentation to the applicant. Thank you to Stephen Johnson from the Department of City Planning for giving us a great presentation, great insight into the zoning text amendment, and for staying with us until the end. We really want to continue this conversation. We know these conversations are difficult, and that there is a lot at stake. We understand that, we appreciate that. At the same time, I think we all agree that a better plan is possible, and I am really pleased to see that all the stakeholders are here tonight. We really appreciate this, and we look forward to continuing these conversations. So thank you all so much. And on that note, the meeting is adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.